$5 Tuesday at WagerTalk. It cost me more than $5, but I replaced some of my cables, so I won't be crashing out during the show today, at least hopefully. Although we are about 4 inches into, I think, like another 8 inches of snow. I got 22 over the weekend, Brian. 22 inches of snow over the weekend. We're getting another like 6 today, so hopefully no power outage. But we're here. It's Tuesday. There's a million games. We're getting right into it. Let's start. I didn't even really pick a feature game, but I think UConn, Kansas probably should be the feature here out at Fog Allen Fieldhouse. Brian Power, I think you and I were together the last time these two teams played in Kansas. I believe it was a Friday night. I believe we were at Encore Sportsbook in Massachusetts, and I feel like you had the winner in that game. I think it was UConn, Kansas, and Kansas maybe pulled a mild upset, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, but I could have swore that I was sitting right next to you.
Okay, I'm trying to remember. That was a good weekend for me. I was actually one of my best betting weekends ever. I went on a 19-1 run. I don't remember. I'm trying hard to remember that one, but look, let's talk. Hey, who cares about when I was sitting probably drinking heavily at the Encore a couple of years ago? Let's talk about tonight, I guess. Look, UConn, I don't know if Joey Cheese has blessed us with his presence in the chat yet. I know that if
he was right over the weekend.
He was right over the weekend that the money that UConn was taking against Illinois, they were the right side. And I have this as a pick 'em. I'm just going to come out and say it, Trig. I'm not betting this game. I don't know if I'll actually let Rob take it first, because I don't want to waste people's time just babbling about stuff they probably know about these two teams for a game I'm not going to bet. Do I think UConn's the 5th best team in the country? No, I'm actually still a little bit lower on them. So Cheese can yell at me if he's in the chat on that or not. But I'm not showing a ton of value here. It's a true pick'em contest for me.
Yeah, I'll say this, guys. I think UConn is the better team. Whether or not they're the better team in Fog Allen is a different story. I think the return of Terrace Reed was a huge deal the other day. It doesn't show up in points in the box score, but it does show up in defense at the rim. And in watching the KU Tennessee game in that second half comeback by KU, in whichever tournament that was, Melvin Council kind of took over in the second half. So I think when push came to shove, Kansas had their guy that they were going to go to. I think UConn needs to be aware of that. They're a pretty good defensive team, perimeter-wise, at the rim-wise. So there's a lot for Kansas with, I don't know, I don't want to call them a two-man team at this point, maybe 3, but it's a lot for them to overcome. I think if UConn is on top of their game, 2 really good defenses. I might look, toward under in this game, guys. That there's been a little bit of a push toward the over. It's not high enough, though, that total for me to get to under. I would like it to be a little bit higher, have a little bit of wiggle room. I don't know that there's a lot there right now. But as you said, Brian, there's not a lot to say about 2 top-tier teams that most everybody knows about. There's going to be advantages and disadvantages. For UConn, I do think, I'll just say where I think the advantages lie for them. I think the advantage lies in the depth across the backcourt. Malachi Smith at point has been tremendous coming over from Dayton. I think he had 9-1 assist to turnover numbers the other day, giving UConn a really good passing threat for all of their shooters, Ball, Demery, et cetera, Alex Caravan, of course. So I think depth-wise, they're the better team. Again, it's a tough crowd. And UConn, at this point in time, guys, they should be venue-proof, right? There's no venue that UConn should walk into that they should be in awe of, including this one. However, big game, it's tough to tell. But I do think UConn's the better team due to depth, and we'll see how that works out.
Real quick, Trig, and then I'll just throw up to you. Because something that I did want to throw in that Rob was just kind of alluding to. I saw in the chat, you mentioned Kansas 63-6 at home since 2021. This is not technically, it is UConn's first true road game. They've played in Boston. They've played in Madison Square Garden, but this is the first time leaving the Eastern time zone for the Huskies. Now, I do think UConn is, again, if cheese is lurking, I do want to say, yes, UConn's the better team. They're especially healthy. Now that they're healthier too, that's worth mentioning as well. I thought that was clearly the key, health in that Illinois game. But just wanted to mention this is UConn's first true road game, and Kansas historically has been great in Lawrence.
Yeah, the reason I brought up, it was December 1st, 2023. I remember I joined you guys. It was a 9 p.m. tip. I joined you guys late because I went and saw Brown play Bryant in Rhode Island, and I pulled up late, and the game was on. And the reason I want to go back to that game is it was such a similar setup to this year, where it's like, actually, UConn came into that game, I think, even a little bit more highly touted because that was, of course, UConn coming off of their national title win, going into year number 2, where they ended up winning another national title. And it was like, I don't remember the exact spread, but I want to say it was very close to this. It was almost probably considered a very slight upset that Kansas won that game, even though it's kind of crazy to say that there would ever be
they were actually slight favorites, if this
Kansas
is true. Yeah, Kansas was a 3.5-point favorite. I'm showing, according to the database I use.
And they covered because they won by 4. I actually remember that now. The reason I had brought up the favorite underdog thing is I think Kansas has only been a dog at home like 2 or 3 times in like the last couple of years. They've won every single time. So every time in like the last 3 or 4 seasons that they've been a home underdog, they've won. And I just remember the last meeting for them, it kind of being like a favorable matchup for Kansas, just the way it played out against what's probably a little bit better of a UConn team. Now, you may get Darren Peterson here, I read. Like, I don't know if that's a game time decision, what the deal with that's going to be. That would obviously help. My number comes out right on 2, like right kind of where it is, so I won't waste any more time on it. But I'll leave it with this. I think that wasn't a horrible matchup for Kansas. And this UConn team, with Reed a little bit banged up and some other guys banged up, it is probably not as good as the UConn team that Bill Self had a game plan for that he beat 2 years ago. Yeah. What you do with that, I don't know. But it profiles to be a pretty good game, I think.
Yeah, I think your point's well taken, Trig, about, hey, laying points against a team, that doesn't lose at home. I mean, Kansas, you're right. You can count on one hand the number of times Kansas has been a home dog over probably the last 10 years. Also, but making a case for the UConn side, guys, remember Kansas, while they're coming off the win over Tennessee, they were down in that game. They were down by 7 at half. So, as impressive a win as that looks, if you didn't catch that game, they were losing for a good deal of it.
Yeah, and real quick, we talked about not dragging these games out, and here I am dragging this one out, guys. But real quick,
this is the feature, though. That's okay. Yeah. The feature is okay.
Illinois has so many more offensive weapons than Kansas. Both the Ivasiches, Stojakovic, all the bitches, right? Merkovich, all these guys that can score. And yet they're 6 of 29 from 3 in that game. And I get it was at MSG, but I think it shows the type of defense UConn can be. And defense does travel. So again, we're giving you a bunch of, thoughts that run through our heads when handicapping this game and really no plays. I'm just not sure, but that would be a pretty good case for UConn. Shutting down that offense of Illinois is not easy when totally healthy.
And Illinois is a better team than Kansas. Well, I think we would all agree on that. You're wearing orange, Greg. I know it's Syracuse.
I agree. Yes, I do have the orange on today. We'll get to that game. BA Betts, thank you for the donation. He says, thank you for all the hard work, boys. We very much appreciate that. We do have a couple of early tips, and I see people asking about those. So we'll get to those in a minute. I want to go to Garth. Another donation, much appreciated. I think we've done pretty good on Garth's games for the most part. I don't know. We got it in at the Horn. We got it in at the Horn yesterday, but West Georgia ended up winning that game outright. I think we said we kind of lean, I said my number leans toward them with the points. They were catching like 18 points. They won that game in double overtime. So I don't know if anyone took West Georgia, but if you did yesterday, congrats to you. Also, Bowling Green knocking off Kansas State. Another bunch of big upsets yesterday. But Garth wants to go back to what I believe is being billed the SEC ACC challenge. I'll be at one of those games tonight up here in central New York. But he wants to talk about Missouri, Notre Dame. I'm going to go to Rob here because Rob is our Missouri guy. So can we put Garth on a winner here? Missouri, Notre Dame.
You know, I tried to get there, guys, with Mizzou. And the one thing that holds me back is they just haven't been on the road yet. Totally untested. Home. Against not so great competition either. Dennis Gates' team has looked really, really good to start the season, and they look pretty complete. Good three-point shooting team. Jacob Cruz stepping in and taking over. But they've got some long-range bombers on that team, and they've done really, really well inside as well. We talked about Mark Mitchell. They've got all the components, but it's scary to me because Shrewsbury wants to slow the game. Gates wants to speed the game. You're on the other team's home floor. You know my feeling about that. The home team probably can dictate tempo for the majority of the game, better than 50% being the majority. And with Mizzou being untested against this team, Notre Dame's had a couple of games here already where they've been through some tough squads. So I think Mizzou is better, guys, but until I see a road effort out of them, I talked earlier about UConn probably being venue proof. I'm not sure Missouri at this point in time is venue proof. You know what I mean? It's yet to be determined. We'll see how it goes. I'd love to be on that side because I have a little bit of an allegiance to the Mizzou Tigers, but couldn't get there.
Yeah, Missouri pointed out in the chat. Somebody pointed out in the chat there that Missouri's got Kansas on deck too. If this ACC SEC challenge, it's important to these teams. I think So I don't think you could call this as a. I don't think Missouri's just looking past Notre Dame. Rob mentioned it being the first true road game. Missouri, look, the offensive numbers are really impressive, but you have to understand that the average KenPom ranking of their opponents so far is 281. That is very, very low. They just beat Dennis Gates' old team, Trig, Cleveland State. And this Cleveland State team, just as an aside, is just shambolic. Missouri started that game with a 23-0 run. It was over before it started. The Cleveland State is absolutely in the pits. I know. Imagine being up 23-0, turning the game off, and then saying, and then checking the score at the end. I didn't cover. Notre Dame, on the other hand, guys, their game against Houston was the complete opposite. They were down in a 26-4 hole and fought their way back. Notre Dame has not lost at home. Rob mentioned it's Missouri's first road game. I think that's notable. I think that is the key to the capper. How is Missouri going to handle a hostile road environment? I've got an angle there. I would look at the under. Very interesting that the under's taken money here on a game involving Missouri, considering those offensive numbers. That's not public money, guys. And, it's been bet down about 3 points actually so far, which I think is really, really eye-opening for me. So I would take a look maybe here at the under. I think Missouri, they're better than Notre Dame, as Rob pointed out. But, can the offense be as efficient on the road as what we've seen so far? My answer is probably not.
Guys, I'll spend 40 seconds real quick here, just being a Mizzou parent. Brian mentioned the Kansas game. For those who look to bet that game upcoming, sitting in my first freshman orientation meeting with the dean as the speaker in Missouri Auditorium, not coming from that area, right? Lived in Connecticut 30 years, Las Vegas 12 years. We're coming from Pennsylvania. My kids going to school. He opens up the speech with, they want to talk about the border war all the time. And he says, yeah, those people from Kansas, they used to walk right up to the borderline and throw sticks of dynamite across into Missouri at us. He said, and then we would light the fuse and throw them back. And the whole place is laughing like crazy. And I'm looking at my wife. I'm like, wow, this border war is something. And my son, 4 years in that place, comes home with a hatred of KU. So just to point out, that game upcoming is a severe rivalry. So we'll see if Mizzou doesn't have a little look ahead to that. That's a good point. I'm bringing up the KU game next.
All right, let's. Andrew was in here early, and he wants to talk about a game that starts in 45 minutes in West Point. We've got some early afternoon basketball, George Washington and Army. I'll start this one off. Army Manhattan was probably the most frustrating basketball game I've ever watched. I was on maybe ever. I was on Manhattan in the game. Army is one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the country. I think they made 14 threes. They banged a step back 3 to tie the game at the buzzer. Why they were even allowed to shoot it when they were in the 1-1 is also beyond me. And then they won the game in overtime. It was just, it was as frustrated as I think I've ever been watching a basketball game. And the reason I bring that up is because I've kind of talked about Army. Like, listen, Army is a bad basketball team from a talent standpoint. That team has no talent. The reason I came on here and said Army's going to be a bottom 10 team in the country this year is because they just don't have any talent on the roster. They weren't good last year. They lose Josh Scovins to Davidson, and Jalen Rucker, I believe, graduated finally. So, like, you take those two guys off a team that was already not great and don't really replace them with anyone. Not a great team from a talent perspective. Where I will give Army credit, and I can confidently say this the past couple games and basically anytime they've been a big underdog, is they – like, I always think the term, oh, they wanted it more is a little bit overrated. It's something that, like, broadcasters love to throw out there. Without a doubt, they wanted it more against both Manhattan and Fairleigh Dickinson. I watched every minute of those two games. Like, they hustled to every loose ball. Like, they beat Fairleigh Dickinson to every loose ball. They did not shoot a free throw against Manhattan in regulation. They did not shoot a free throw in regulation against Manhattan, yet found a way to be in position to tie that game and take it into overtime. Now, do I recommend betting on Army in a scenario where they have to win a game? No, I still think they're a bad basketball team with no talent. Do I mind them catching 20-plus points, knowing that they're probably going to scratch and claw all 40 minutes of the game? They covered against St. Thomas. They covered against Marist. They covered against Cornell. Like, so they're the type of team where it's like, my number kind of came out right on this 20, 21, 21 and a half. I'm not going to lay 21 and a half with George Washington here, even though if George Washington wanted to, they probably like could win by 30. But in that final 5 to 10 minutes when like GW's just like, all right, we've got this win, and Army's out there still just battling, for no pun intended, but like they're just out there battling, right? Like, I don't know. I have to lean toward the dog. I want no part of an Army bet, but Jesus, they're relentless when the game is like over a lot of times. So lean Army.
Yeah, who wants to lay this number with GW in the morning too? A noon tip on a Tuesday. You mentioned Army, their resume a little bit. You went through it, Trig. The only two times they've lost by a margin greater than this was against Duke and Harvard. So obviously, GW not that class. I'm gonna maybe GW. I kind of was thinking under because you talked about Army and how just you were pulling your hair out watching the threes. They take a lot of threes, but this is not an efficient offense. And you see them come back down to earth after the performance against Manhattan you spoke of.
I wouldn't be surprised if GW scored some points. Like that wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, I could see Army not scoring much, which ultimately puts me off of this game. Brian Power, I'm gonna throw this to you, and maybe we can loop Rob in. Just I know you wanted to make a couple general points, and I feel like these were teams that were like on your list. And Jacob asked an interesting question. He said, buy low spots on Loyola, Chicago, and Oregon. I'm going to let you take it away, and then maybe we can talk about either one or both of those games.
Yeah, you guys want to we can have a discussion here on buy low or sell high, because I had written down days ago that today was a very interesting day on the docket because you have a number of teams playing today, guys, that are either perfect against the spread or winless against the spread. Jacob Hefner right there, you see the comment on your screen, buy low spots on Loyola, Chicago, and Oregon tonight. What he's referring to is these two teams are combined 0-15 against the spread to start the year. So if you've been betting either Loyola, Chicago, or Oregon, my condolences to your bankroll because it has been hurt. I'm not ready to lay points with Loyola, Chicago. And they took money. Loyola, Chicago took money. I get that Central Michigan stinks. But do you really want to lay points with Loyola, Chicago based on what we've seen? Like, to me, when a team has been so poor like that, has fallen so short of the mark, Rob, I want to wait till they're an underdog. I want to wait till the market is completely turned against them. And that brings me to Oregon. I'll say that. They are a home dog tonight against USC, a slight home dog, unless if that number has nope, it's still, we're looking at 1.5, they're plus 1.5, plus 2, depending on your book. And they're getting USC off the win in Maui. USC just won the Maui Invitational. of the two, I would say Oregon is the better buy low spot tonight. But
I want to get Rob. I want to get Rob in here and ask him a question because off memory, I think USC typically struggles with the Oregon trip. Like, I think they've never played well in this building.
Yeah,
and
Oregon's on the rivalry.
I know Rob's kind of our like resident Pac-12, RIP the Pac-12, but hey, we got conference basketball, Big Ten after dark here. So let's talk Oregon USC.
Well, here's my problem, guys. And I think that I've talked about this before. This is so reminiscent of Oregon's start to last year, where Dana Altman told anybody who would listen, this team is rated way too high. We're not that team right now. Quotes from Dana Altman. We are behind where we need to be, especially with our defense. Now, Nate Biddle didn't even play the last game. Do we know Nate Biddle's playing tonight? I saw him listed as questionable. Without Nate Biddle, Oregon's even worse. And they've got another injury to Devin Pryor. They could be without two guys here against USC. You know, if it was, I'm going to go into coaching here. If it was Andy Enfeld, USC, making this trip, I might think a little bit differently. But it's Eric Musselman, USC, making this trip. And I really like him as a head coach. I don't think he brings his team in there unprepared. And Altman, again, is trying to light a fuse under his team. It would be a big challenge to face USC with our entire team. It's a bigger challenge if some of these guys aren't able to play. I got to like USC here. I think they're the better team. I'm not going to say they're the better coach team, but I think the coach that they currently have is better than the previous in this type of situation where you have to go and get a conference road win in a place where you haven't been successful before. Shellstad's going to be up against it here if he's on his own against USC. So for me, it would probably be USC in this game until, you know, last year, Oregon righted the ship, maybe mid-January. They got better to where Altman wanted them to be. But to me, it's just so reminiscent of where they were last year. They're just not good right now. They're not what they were previewed to be right now.
Yeah, just to follow up on Rob's point, Trig, Altman said that both Biddle and Pryor are, quote, very questionable to play tonight. So that's not, I mean, that kind of takes a hit out of this. Anyone who thinks this is a buy low spot. And also, you talk about the defense, how Altman was so critical of it. Well, it was obviously for good reason. They let San Diego State the other, last week in that Players' Year tournament shoot 67% from the field. Highest field goal percentage allowed by Oregon under Dana Altman. And just to also put a number, Trick, because you asked, you said you kind of had a memory of USC struggling with the trip up to Eugene and struggling with Oregon in general. The Ducks have won and covered the last 5 times these teams have played.
Yeah. Do you anything for you guys? Bayou says, I don't know.
That's why I don't want to play USC. That's why I don't want to play USC, because they're coming off the win in Maui.
How about MTEs in general? You got a lot of teams that are coming in off of these, like they just played 3 games in 3 days. Sometimes, maybe not Maui, but they were in a tropical setting. Like it's definitely creeped into my thought process with some of these. Yeah.
It's a case by case basis, I guess.
Agree. I would agree with that. The one thing I'll point out with USC, I also read that Rodney Rice is banged up. I'm assuming he's going to play, but I do think it's important to, like, if you're going to get involved with USC Oregon tonight, I would have an eye on the injury news throughout the day, because those are players, Biddle, Rodney Rice on the other side. Their status is very, very important to that matchup. Though it changes things if one is out, both is out, one has their best player, one doesn't. That's important. Let's go to Garth. Oh, go ahead, Rob.
I was just going to say real quick, guys, I think we have one example. It wasn't Maui, right? But remember the Tad Boyle quotes yesterday. They were off a tournament win at home against Cal Baptist last night. They did not cover. So to your point, off of a big tournament win, they win by 8, but that wasn't enough to get the money last night.
I have an opinion on this one, but I'll let Brian go first, just sort of the other side of the coin here. Brian, Garth says, do we back the 6-0 against the spread University of San Diego Tritons tonight, who could not miss a shot at their MTE? So you got a 6-0 team against the spread that also just was throwing flames at they just could not miss a shot at their MTE. Now they have to play tonight, I believe, on the road in Reno. So talk to me a little bit about that setup right there.
The littlest big town. Yeah, I'll tell you what, they're making you pay a tax here if you want to fade this UCSD team. Easy for me to say UC San Diego. Let's go with that. It's less of a tongue twister. The Tritons not only are perfect against the spread, they have not lost a game. One of 24 unbeaten teams still left in college basketball, but they are an underdog here in Reno. And, Nevada, these Mountain West teams, correct me if I'm wrong, Rob or Trig, I just feel all of them are just way better at home than on the road. I don't think there's a single one of them that would go against that. Like, I mean, most college basketball teams that's the case, but I feel with the Mountain West it's a little more pronounced. But man, odds makers are making. I mean, and Nevada's taking money last time I looked. Yeah, they're up to 5.5 now.
That's crazy.
I don't think. And what did I say about Loyola Chicago a few moments ago? I get that we're thinking buy low. When's the buy low spot on this team? A buy low spot with an 0-8 against the spread team isn't when they're favored, laying multiple possessions. Conversely, a sell high spot on a team that's perfect against the number like UC San Diego isn't when they're a dog. So I don't know. I'm probably going to refrain from betting this game because I do want to find a spot to fade the Tritons, Trig. But laying points, especially a number that's already taken money, probably ain't it.
Yeah, other than venue, guys, what's the difference between going to Fresno State and beating Fresno straight up and now going to Nevada? I mean, to me, Fresno and Nevada are comparable, but the altitude at Reno, the different venue. I mean, I know Northern California as opposed to upstate Nevada is a little bit different. I don't understand the reason for taking money here. It's interesting that for Nevada, and not that they're going to the NCAA tournament, but anybody who plays them, beating UC San Diego could be considered a resume builder at this point in time. Yeah. They're that good. I don't know that there is recognized by the betting public. However, as you say often, Brian, we do this show 10 a.m. Eastern time, 7 a.m. Pacific time. When these numbers are moving at this time of day, it's not public money moving these numbers. They're not awake betting these games at this point in time, right? It's syndicate groups that are pushing these numbers. They may believe that Nevada's untested. They haven't their results are so up and down and so inconsistent. I mean, you beat San Francisco by 16, but you lose to Santa Clara, you lose to UC Davis. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to their early season results. Obviously, they're capable, but UCSD is capable as well. And I would probably choose to play the dog here. I mean, I just don't think that they're as recognized personnel-wise, Adam. And I mean, as well as anybody, personnel-wise, this is a good, well-rounded team. They shoot the basketball, they rebound the basketball, they defend all three things. And I just don't know that that's fully recognized by everybody as of yet.
Trig, do you have UCSD as the better team on a neutral floor here? I'm guessing you do. Okay, yeah, because I do too.
That's the thing. I would like. So I'll say this about the market and the numbers moving. I would take any move early in the day with a grain of salt, because what bettors have realized. So here's the problem with like trying to like evaluate a market move early in the day. The books have made it almost impossible to bet games overnight at this point. So like what you'll see now is like a lot of times like there's just the line with there. You have like, I think some groups are trying to fake. I think there's a lot of fakes in the market. And just because a game was bet up does not mean that was necessarily the sharp money that you want to follow, because I'm seeing a lot of these games get hit late. I think it's because it's you can actually get down the size of a bet that like professional groups need to get down. So if you're going to bet $50, $100 a game, go bet your overnights. That's fine. Or you want to bet super early in the game. But like a lot of these groups are trying to get down bigger than that. And they're getting so limited trying to bet, or they're getting accounts clipped trying to bet at 10, 11 in the morning, that they're just trying to like, they're almost like, so I talked about this yesterday with McNeese State and Incarnate Word. I said, I think they're just trying to push that number up, and they know that the betting public will do it for them because McNeese is going to be the popular favorite, that the betting public will just steam that up, and then they can go take Incarnate Word later in the day. Now, I don't know that actually like totally happened. It did stop at 11 and then kind of went back down to 10.5 and 10. But like you could see something similar with Nevada here. Why? Because people love betting these Mountain West teams at home. So it's like you can fake it, let the everyone jump on and take Nevada at a worse number, get it up to 5.5. You might see the UC San Diego money come back and take the good number there. So I wouldn't really read too much into the line move in this one. What I will say for me personally, I wish it was a better spot for UC San Diego. I wish they weren't. They played so good that it's like almost it's almost impossible for them to play as good as they played the last 3 days. And then, of course, you go and do that on the road. Maybe you have an off game and Nevada can win that game. But I'm with Bayou. He said he's watched Nevada twice. So have I. Like, I don't think that they're like an overly talented team. I think this is a middling team, the Mountain West this year. I think I would still, if you forced me to bet this game, I would take UC San Diego plus the points.
They did beat the San Francisco Dons last time out, though. Nevada did an upset. They were 5.5 point
Brian,
dogs.
That was wasn't that part of an MTE though? Like these second and third games in 3 days, like I don't even care. Like it's like that's it's like how much can you look like some of these teams having to play 3? Like, am I gonna here's like we'll go into this game. Like, how much am I gonna hold Syracuse accountable for getting absolutely boat raced by Iowa State, playing the third game in 3 days when they were already a little bit banged up? Really, you could say the same thing about, I think it was Tennessee and Kansas. Tennessee comes out, beats Houston, great game, turns around and just loses to Kansas. But like, are you really going to hold either of them like totally accountable for either of those losses? Playing the third game in 3 days, Syracuse being forced to play early in the day. So here's our segue to this game. I'll be at this game tonight out in the JMA Wireless Dome. Still kills me that it's not the Carrier Dome anymore. Tennessee coming to town.
Wireless.
Yeah, I don't even know. It's like a track phone or something. I don't even know. But like, they're coming to town. It's the Dome. Probably 25,000 if people can get there because we've got some snow in the area. But it should be a lively crowd. Syracuse has had about 20,000 for each of like the smaller games, Monmouth, Delaware State. So I expect probably 25,000, a good crowd at the Dome tonight. But they're like, that's almost how you have to evaluate both of these teams. I don't think Donnie Freeman's going to play, but I think that's already sort of known. He didn't play at all in the MTE. So do either of you want to jump in and then I'll kind of give my thoughts on Tennessee Syracuse?
Yeah, I'll go first, Adam, real quick here. And before I even start, I'm just going to expand theoretically, philosophically on what you were saying here. I know we got a lot of really smart, educated bettors in our chat, but maybe there's some guys who are just getting into college basketball betting. I'm going to tell you, just give you a piece of advice that I got. And when I first moved to Las Vegas and back in 1991, and I'm staring at a college football board, just talking to a guy I didn't even know, somewhat skilled at sports betting. And to your point, Adam, what he told me was we were talking about line moves. I was impressed by line moves. And he told me if you bet every single line move, you'll grow to be a 50-50 bettor. Some of them are true. Some of them are for public bandwagon money so they can outsmart you and come back the other way. So to your point, well taken. They all can't be trusted. If you just follow them blindly, you probably will be a 50-50 bettor and wind up losing big money along the way. In this game, guys, what I had noted here, especially on the Tennessee side, and Adam, you talked about playing multiple games in multiple days, but the Tennessee offensive duo of Jacoby Gillespie and Nate Ament, their two best guys, they were miserable in that Kansas game. 10 of 34 combined from the floor. They took 34 of the team's 63 shots. Okay, that's a high percentage of the team's shots, more than 50% of the shots. They missed 24 of those. They missed 71% of the time they shot the basketball. They missed. And they came close. They still almost won the game. But those two guys, I think Gillespie was 1 for 10 from the floor, or from 3, excuse me. And they're better than that. They're a lot better than that. So we'll see if Syracuse can defend them here. Of course, the point spread, always the great equalizer. Tennessee with their defense, can they go into Syracuse and put the clamps down? What I saw, and I mentioned it earlier, from Melvin Council in that game against Kansas is KU might have some flaws guarding guard quickness. And perhaps Syracuse can use a little of that to their advantage here in this game at home. Didn't play. I do think you're going to get a better effort out of Tennessee. I put a look into their team total, thought it was a little high for my liking. So I refrained from making a play side or total. But, for those who are going to play, I'd just be on the lookout for Gillespie and Ament to have much better games than what they just posted against KU. And on the Syracuse side, I think what I want to watch closely here, guys, again, is can Syracuse's guards beat Tennessee off the dribble the way that Melvin Counsell was able to in that game the other day?
I would go a small lean towards the under in this game for two reasons, both on the Syracuse side. This is not a team that shoots the three well. And then as noted in the chat, this is a team that is horrific from the free throw line.
Dead last in the country, Brian.
Okay. Did they move ahead? Did they move below whoever? I had him at second.
Dead last.
But okay.
I saw him dead last this morning.
Okay.
Awesome.
So it's obviously changed. Somebody obviously improved there. Whoever else was and knocked a few down from the charity stripe. So yeah, I mean that's a bet. That's not a team. And again, while I'm not, we also like to give you guys information that you can hold on to, use for future use. The Syracuse team is not someone I would want to bet overs on because the combination of bad free throw shooting, bad 3-point shooting, that's just, obviously not a recipe for an over.
Well,
Tennessee can score, though.
Credit Syracuse for how good they've been defensively this year. They're playing all man. They bring in William Kyle from, I believe, UCLA. He's been what a massive upgrade defensively over Eddie Lampkin. Just night and day. That's the one thing. So my number came out right on the nose here, pretty much. I made it 8. I think it's 7.5 right now. Jay Buff noted, Freeman is out. I don't think that was a huge surprise. He didn't play at all in the MTE for Syracuse, but Syracuse's defense has been awesome. They have their interior defense has been fantastic. Their guards are playing tight D. So you want to talk, just to add another layer to your under sort of philosophy, Brian, bad 3-point shooting, 57.1% as a team from the foul line, which even if it's not absolute dead last, that's still absolutely atrocious, should be embarrassed. It's just as bad as it gets, but a good defensive team. And, the thing that sort of has me lean ever so slightly to Syracuse on the number, especially if it gets to 8, Tennessee and Houston are a little bit similar, in my opinion, the way they play. And Syracuse had Houston beat. They went 12 for 29 or something from the foul line. I mean, they had Houston beat in that game. So I lean Cuse, but not a huge
Tennessee did beat Houston. We should know both teams kept coming off the Players era in Vegas. It was not a successful run there for Cuse, while Tennessee made it to the third place game. They were up on Kansas, as we mentioned earlier, before kind of just fading. Maybe that was just a case of tired legs in the second half.
I'll go to you guys for this one. The chat is having a conversation about Michigan State and Iowa.
There's a lot of good games today. There's a lot of good games
Ethan,
today.
Our guy Ethan has jumped in. He said he'll be there, boots on the ground for Iowa, Michigan State. We saw Ethan a couple weeks ago at a Bowling Green. Brian Power and I went to East Lansing that weekend to see Michigan State play Iowa. And I'll let Brian kick this one off. Since we've left there, I continue to be more and more impressed with Sparty. What about you?
Yeah, I remember when that game tipped off, you and I were kind of saying, Michigan State, whatever they were ranked going into that game, we're like, is that accurate? Well, Izzo's doing it again. They could, I would concur, Trig. They continue to impress me. They're that they deserve to be where they're ranked at now. Still not shooting the three well. It's kind of an old school approach to basketball. Maybe Rob can hit on that as well. They just don't take a high volume from behind the arc, Sparty. And then Iowa, this is something we mentioned on one of our very first shows of the year, the massive change we were going to see in pace, going from one of the fastest tempos in the country to one of the slowest under McCollum. And I kind of lean under here based on, first conference game, Iowa, their new style, Michigan State, not a 3-heavy team. I think it's going to be a close game. Michigan State obviously deserved favorite in East Lansing, no doubt about it. But I have a slight lean towards the under in this one. Second straight game, I would lean that way.
Yeah, I think for me, there's not enough wiggle room in that under. You're asking for 66 aside.
Yeah.
67, 66, you end up losing. I would be on the under if it was maybe mid to higher 30s. It's not. Iowa does have one example against a very slow-paced team in Ole Miss. That game hit 143. Michigan State probably is a little more rugged defensively than Ole Miss. But again, Ole Miss is a Chris Beard team, so they're going to have a pretty good defensive ability as well. So it scares me off, right? It doesn't put me on over. keeps me away from under. I think the side price, as impressed as I have been with Michigan State, I don't know how you lay it here with the guesswork that they're going to have to make some threes against Ben. Can I say this right? Ben McCollum's team.
Yeah.
Ben McCollum's team is going to defend the three. And they've been just as impressive. And they've actually, as slow as they're going, their efficiency has been good enough to push their point totals beyond 70 in most instances. Now, they haven't played a great slate of teams. I get it. But I think that their games are showing that he's a little bit adaptable with better athletes than what he had at Drake to be able to put more points on the scoreboard. I think I would be on the dog here. I just don't believe that Iowa will go in there. You know, if it was a Fran McCaffrey team, again, nothing against Fran, but we know what he would do here. He'd try and run, and MSU would stop that running game and probably blow him out. Yeah. And I don't know that happens here. I think I would lean underdog in this game.
Iowa also undefeated, just like Michigan State. For obviously, that's something I think a lot of people in the chat know. And they've covered 5 straight, the Hawkeyes as well. So they've been a good bet on the team so far.
I'll just quickly say that I agree with you on the under. I rarely have totals opinions, but I think if Michigan State, like, I trust Izzo to game plan well for Sturts, and if you can like disrupt him and take him out of sort of the game for Iowa, I think it's really going to mess with their offense, and I trust Izzo to do that defensively. Game plan for Bennett Sturts and sort of disrupt the Iowa offense that way. And I'm with you, Brian. I still think that, like, Michigan State has a little bit of trouble shooting the ball. That can always be an issue. So, yeah, like that 133, 132.5, that makes a lot of sense. I'm with you on that under. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's getting low. Ooh, that understate. It's taking money.
Yeah, well, there's so if you want that under, go find a book that still has 132.5, because FanDuel just went to like 131, but it looks like there's still a bunch of 132.5s out there. It looks like. I don't know if my screen's sort of flashing on that game, but I believe. Go ahead.
Bayou, who apparently has his schedule open on every single team, all 365 teams in the country here this morning while watching the program, is noting Sparty. Look, they're not looking past Iowa. Okay, this is a
conference game,
a conference opener, top 25 matchup, national television. Michigan State does have Duke on deck, though. Let's point that out.
And real quick, according to our odds logic screen, guys, 33s, depending upon where you have accounts, 33s. And there's even, I see a trio of 133.5s out there. So if you like the under, you can get a better price and go ahead and play under 133.5.
So we should probably hit Duke, Florida. So speaking of Duke, Florida, all I'll say about this one, and I'll kind of let you guys have at it, like, If I saw this number 3 or 4 weeks ago, I'd probably be all over Florida. Now, not so sure. I feel like something we brought up early in the season, maybe the first show of the year, was like Boogie Flan and Xavier Lee are not Walter Clayton and the guards that Florida had last year. It is becoming very apparent. Can they hang around with Duke? Yeah, they probably can. They have the bigs to do it, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was a respectable game. I wouldn't even be surprised if they found a way to win, but I just don't have much confidence in this Florida team right now. And I know you really haven't either, Brian.
No, I'm going to throw it to Rob real quick because, guys, if you want a very extended breakdown from me on this game, guess what? You can tune into WagerTalk today in the noon Eastern time.
There you go.
I will be talking about this game with Andy Lang. My view is this. I'm interested to see if Rob agrees. I think that some sharper, quote unquote, sharper people are going to wait and see how high this number goes and try to buy back on Florida. I am probably just going to sit on the sidelines. I actually think the number should be higher than where it's at currently. Even if it goes up a couple points, it's not going to be high enough for me because, as you mentioned, Trig, I am a little bit lower on Florida than the market I've consistently been all season. Whereas, I think Duke, is as good as any team in the country.
Yeah, and I think what it comes down to, guys, is it's going to – I mean, Adam, you kind of hit on it. The guard situation for Florida, you can grade it however you want. You can grade it as neutral or you can grade it towards Duke. I would probably grade advantage Duke. But you just as good as Duke's bigs have been, it's very hard for me to play against that Florida front line. especially with this many points. Duke's been killing people on the boards. They've been very good on the boards, but they're not going to kill this team on the boards. And again, we're talking about another team marched in by Todd Golden that won a national championship that will be venue proof. Cameron Indoor is as difficult as it gets. The fans are like 8 feet away from you. And it's a difficult crowd to play in front of. But Hawk and company across that front line, I just don't see Duke dominating that portion of the game. I think Florida can defend the rim pretty well here, or well enough to hang with an 8.5. It is going to come down to that guard play. And again, it was something we mentioned. You don't have Walter Clayton to lean on for buckets when you need buckets. I don't know, where they go nowadays. It's not the backcourt that they're going to until Boogie Fland becomes, in this particular offense, what Walter Clayton was. It's going to be that way. You're going to be dependent totally on your front line. However, I'll say this, guys. I don't think Duke is going to pressure Florida into a lot of turnovers and get easy buckets in this game, which I think is what it would require to win by more than, you're asking them to win by 9. Florida's down, 10 late. They get a meaningless 3. They lose 7. It's a hard bet to make from a Duke perspective, at least in my eyes. It would be Florida or nothing. Right now, it's nothing. Total-wise, it's interesting because I could make a case for both sides. I could make a case to play it over. I could make a case to play it under. When it comes to that point, I just don't play at all. So I think the best thing I can say is I would lean Florida plus the 8.5.
All right, let's go to Garth. Another big game, trying to get to as many as possible. He says UNC Kentucky. He leans with the heels. I'm going to give my parlay leg out after this, so I'll let you two kind of have at this one. All I'll say is I believe first true road game for the Tar Heels. Mm-hmm. Brian Power, my number leaned Kentucky a little bit, but I don't know if I want to lay the points. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, again, injuries are something worth monitoring here. I agree. I think Kentucky's the better team here, for sure. North Carolina, it seems like a spot, the first true road game, where you would want to fade North Carolina. North Carolina being the higher ranked team in this situation, I don't think is an accurate depiction of. It's not an accurate depiction of where I have them in the power rating. So, I don't know. I would want to play Kentucky here, but I don't know. The spread is a touch high.
Yeah, guys, I would lean Kentucky here for no fundamental reason, no situational reason, but for an exterior reason, because after the Michigan State game, in that post-game press conference, we saw Mark Pope stand up there and basically say that until his team starts to play, he basically blamed himself for failing to create a culture of team basketball rather than me basketball. Since then, they've played Loyola, Maryland. They've played Tennessee Tech. But this is the first real test for Mark Pope, who said, I'm going to straighten this out. Believe me, I'll straighten this out. And if we have to weed guys out, we'll weed guys out. And I think this being the first test in front of the home fans, I would expect Kentucky motivationally, focus-wise, mindset-wise to be there tonight. Brian, you talked about UNC going on the road again. I don't know that they'll be disrupted by Lexington, but I do think that the other side, for what it's worth, could be a little more motivated and get off to a quick start. For that reason, I would look Kentucky first half, based on the head coach and what he was telling us a couple of games ago. And if he's going to prove, if he's right about that point, that he's going to make this thing right again, then it has to happen against a good basketball team. And this is his first try since that statement against a good basketball team.
I see we're splitting the chat on the total. I see one love this over and then one love this under. Correct me if I'm wrong, gang, but Kentucky last year was way better at home than on the road. I thought that their home road splits were as stark as any team in the country, if memory serves correct.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to get a scenario where, I think both teams are going to have to shoot it particularly well, like jump shot wise, to get this one over. So I don't know, how much to trust that. I think North Carolina can be a little bit sketchy shooting the ball at times. So I'm not even going to spend more time on that. I really have no opinion on it. But I love polarizing discussion, right? Because that's all betting is. If we all agreed there would be no market. We wouldn't be able to do this. So I'm glad that we have some disagreement on these games. That's good. All right. So we have 10 minutes of the show left. We're going to go around the horn. We'll give our parlay legs. If we still have time after that, we'll see if we can get more chat questions. I mean, we're going to get a couple of different games here with the parlays. I'm going to give out one of my client plays. I guess I've got really good CLV on both of my releases already. I'm going to give one of them out. Unfortunately, this is like kind of getting hit as we speak. So I played Binghamton +4. It's a 3% play. It is down to 2.5, which literally is like just happening. So what I'm going to do is play it Binghamton +3 -120 for the parlay. And again, I don't hate. I think Binghamton's going to win this game. So like, I mean, you can take the money line if you want and just go, give yourself some odds. But I did play Binghamton +4 for clients, and that is a 3% play for me. So for the parlay, we're going to go 3 -120 because I think it's relatively easy to get that to 3 -120. Looks like it's either 3 or 2.5 places right now. This game is in Binghamton, so this sort of fits the possibly having a little bit of a hangover after an MTE, sort of what we were talking about for Lehigh. And I actually think Lehigh could be affected by this. So Lehigh actually went out to Vegas last weekend, played 2 games, and they played as good as I think they could have ever expected to play. I believe they lost to UC Santa Barbara by 2 as a relatively big underdog, and then came out and upset Texas State. So by all accounts, Lehigh played great in their MTE. Big dog in both games, get an outright win, and the other one was like a 2-point loss to a very good Santa Barbara team. But sometimes these MTEs, especially like, I don't, you couldn't get people at the Players Era in Vegas. Who was at Lehigh Santa Barbara in Vegas last week? Probably no one. Like sometimes these MTEs produce like very wacky results. And so I'm willing to trust my rating on a Lehigh team that I don't see how it's possible that they can be like better than what the market says they're going to be this year. They lose Tyler Whitney-Sydney, Keith Higgins. Like they lost good players from a team last year that was underachieved anyway. So like this is a team that I think is probably near the bottom of the Patriot League again this year, maybe middle of the pack in that league. And now they need to turn around and go play a true road game at Binghamton. And yet they were a 4-point favorite at one point in time. So the market, I think, is moving in the correct direction. I actually make Binghamton a slight favorite in this game. And like you talk about Binghamton, they're not anything special this year either. They'll probably be middle of the pack in the America East at best, but they bring in, I think it's Lilly he came in from LaSalle, kind of a 6'9", he's kind of plays like a true center and at this level, at LaSalle, he was okay. At this level, playing like, when you're talking about Patriot League, NEC, America East, these like low major Northeast conferences, he's a pretty like solid post presence. And I think he's really been Binghamton's best player to this point. So again, you got 2 teams that are pretty even. One just got from Vegas and then has to go and hit the road now to Binghamton, New York. Binghamton does get a few fans. I've been to some games there. They'll have some people there for that game. I just don't see how Binghamton was an underdog. And Binghamton played in their MTE in Buffalo against Canisius. No one was there. So you look at those losses to Canisius and to like Maryland Eastern Shore. I watched like some of the Canisius game. I don't think anyone gave a shit about that MTE. I think I was looking around and I think they were like, why are we here? Like who even put this together? So I really do like the Binghamton Bearcats tonight. I think they bounce back from their horrendous performance in Buffalo that no one cared about. And I think they get a win here. And that is going to be my parlay leg. I'm going to pass it over to Brian Power, and then we'll go to Vino to get your guys' legs for the parlay.
I'm going to make this short, sweet, guys. There's an old expression, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, we're going to modify that expression and say it's been broke, but we're not going to bother to fix it. We're going to keep going with what we like to do here. We're going to take ugly underdogs. Every single one of you in the chat will probably hate this play, but I'm going to give it out anyway because I like it. It's the kind of style of handicapping I believe in. We're going to take the 4 touchdowns trig with Fairleigh Dickinson at Providence. Fairleigh Dickinson has not covered a spread this year. That's obviously very bad. They are a very bad basketball team. I'm not going to sell you that they're even a mediocre basketball team. Okay, they're one of the worst 15 teams in the country, but 28 is a lot of points, especially when Providence, you talk about the MTs. What has Providence done the last 3 games? They played Penn State, they played Wisconsin, they played Florida. Now they're back home after the holiday weekend. I think this is, but I couldn't get higher than 25 on this spread. So, Providence also has the big in-state game against Rhode Island on deck. So look, I realize, I know what's been happening, and let me address this because this is going to be a follow-up in the chat. Should I bet this first half? Because what we had last night with Temple was yet another instance of I'm betting a double-digit dog. They were winning outright at the half, and then they just fall apart in the second half. This has happened, I believe, my last 2 parlays. It happened with Wright State against Butler on Friday as well. If you want to split the wager, put half of it on the first half, half of it on the full game. By all means, if that's what makes you feel comfortable, do it. But my official leg of our 3-team parlay will be Fairleigh Dickinson, a team that was very kind to Trig and I once upon a time at Turning Stone when they pulled the shocker of all shockers against Purdue, and we danced around and were very loud and obnoxious in the
in a nice restaurant. Yeah.
Yes, that was very poor behavior, but that's okay. It was Fairleigh Dickinson beating Purdue. So FDU plus 28.
I don't disagree with that. I think Providence is garbage, if I'm being just frank about it. Like for a Big East team, I think they're going to be like a bottom 3 or 4 Big East team. So I concur with your Fairleigh Dickinson call. Let's go to Rob Vino to close out the 3-teamer. We need to hit one of these. I think today is going to be the day. Rob, what are we looking at to close it out?
So torn, guys. So torn. Already I played 2 games. By the way, that GW game that starts in a few minutes, I actually had a client play on, so you can beat the buzzer here. You're about 3 minutes from tip if you want to get in on that. Yeah, I was stuck between 2 guys, but I'm going to go with – except it's been broke, and I'm going to try and fix it because I'm going to go back to another team total. But I just can't see SIU Edwardsville not getting to the 81 mark against North Florida. North Florida, guys, for what it's worth, the worst defensive rebounding team in the nation. The worst team in points allowed, second chance points allowed. They allow like 24 points per game, second chance points. So they've given up over 80 in every single game they've played. That's 7 straight times over 80. SIU Edwardsville, not the fastest paced team in the country, but still the last couple of games they've been up in over 80, have played Wisconsin, have played Drake, have played UTSA, some better teams than North Florida. Anybody's really better than North Florida defensively. So North Florida wants to play with pace as well, and they're on their home floor. And I always have the feeling that, if you're not a pace team, but you're going to play one that allows you to get buckets, then you tend to go with them. Guys love stats. You know what I mean? Offensive guys love to score. And if they see a team that wants to run that can't stop you, then they're going to go score. So for me, it's going to be SIU Edwardsville team total tonight over 80.5 against North Florida. I think they'll probably make it to the 83, 84 range here. And North Florida has allowed everybody they've played so far, including some real dregs, to get up and above this number.
What's that number again, Rob, for the parlay?
80.5.
So over 80.5 team total. All right. We've got like 2 minutes left. I'm going to recap the parlay in a minute. I do see some folks talking about Rhode Island and Brown. All I'll say about that game is Brown got a little bit healthier. So Brown was severely shorthanded for like the first 4 or 5 games of the season. I still think they're without Alex Lespert, but I think Landon Lewis, and then last name is Rochester on another one that were like, they basically were without 3 starters for like the first 4 games of the season. So I forget who said it in the chat, but someone was like, that number looks like a touch high. Like, I know Rhode Island's been good, but that number looks a touch high. I would probably agree with that. I don't know if I want to I don't think this Brown team is very good, even at full strength. And I know that they're still, I think Lespert might be done for the year. I haven't heard anything about him. So, but like, I would agree with the thought process that maybe Rhode Island is getting a little bit overvalued in the market. So I thought I'd throw that out there. Anything on Rhode Island or Brown for you guys?
No, just one game, and I think I saw this one in the chat too, just so we clean this up, Trick. I can't wait to watch Charleston Southern and UT Martin at noon Eastern, and I really.
Hey, NHL best bets on the ice. We've got two sides, totals, props, a lot of good stuff here on Puck Time, WagerTalk TV. Andrew, Carmine, Prez, Brian, we're here to bring you guys some winners and hopefully give you a good show. Guys, any comments you guys drop, any questions you have, we'll try and make sure to pay attention to them and address them as well. Hope you all had a winning night in the NFL, a winning night in the NHL. Thanks to all of you guys that got my best bet prop play in the NFL. We keep on rolling with those best bets. So it was tight, but we got there with Travion Henderson over on his rushing yards. And it was about a break-even day on the ice. So we'll try and move forward to some great days in the NHL tonight. Carm, good morning to you, my friend. How are you? And how was your Monday?
I'm in a good mood on Tuesday, but not because of Monday, Andrew. It wasn't a break-even day for me in the NHL. It's one of those ones where you're on the show and you tell people, I had a couple leans on underdogs, Columbus being one of them, San Jose being the other. They both won. Unfortunately, they weren't client plays. I got ducked. That's with the capital D, ducked on my games. But we're right back at it today, and we're going to get some winners in there for you guys. And then completely nothing to do with NHL hockey before we bring the Prez in here, Andrew. I was cooking before we bring the Prez in. I was cooking yesterday, so I wanted to make risotto. I made a great risotto, and I wanted lamb chops, the barbecue. I go to the store. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. They close at like 11. They have this beautiful rack of lamb chops. I say to the lady, give me the whole rack of lamb chops, clean it up, and chop them up. And she goes, there's a bone on it. I go, yes, that's why you have a saw. She goes, no, the saw is clean. I go, perfect. The saw is clean. She goes, no, saw clean. You take home, you cut. No, it's got a bone in it. Cut it. She refused to cut the lamb chops. I had to leave them behind and go somewhere else to buy them. Who cleans a saw at 3:30 when you close at 10 or 11 o'clock and refuses to cut it up? It's like a $70 piece of meat that they lose business on because this lady does not want to cut the lamb chops. Anyways, with that said, let's bring in our own. We're talking lamb, but let's bring in the goat.
Yeah.
And that
I was going to say,
Prez.
Carm, I can't think of a better hockey segue for the start of our show. Great hockey segue. Let's bring in the Prez. What's up, Prez? Good morning,
Andrew. Because we go from lamb to goat.
I couldn't tell if he was trolling us.
Maria,
or not,
thank you for not serving Carm yesterday. The lamb, appreciate that. I'll send you the money. I appreciate it. Thank you. We'll do it again next week.
He planned it out for you. He planned it out.
Hey, oh shit! Hey, boys, what's up? What's up?
Well, you got the white beard coming in again, eh? Look at that.
Vivian hates it because of the mustache. But I got ski season starts December 12th, and I like it. I like playing with it.
Can you not forget about dyeing the beard? Can you not dye the mustache white? Give us like a truly Santa Claus, St. Nick's kind of look.
Yeah, don't dye the beard. I like that idea.
Yes.
Just dye the mustache.
Yes, just like Carm dyed his hair bald.
Come on. I hear great things about liquid paper. Prez, you're
my
going to
man!
It's you very rarely come on and talk about the Toronto Maple Leafs, but you're going to talk about the Leafs in Florida. And I will say this.
Wait, what?
He's
talking about the Leafs today?
I didn't pick.
Andrew, I assigned the game to him. Brian picks his own game. Perez, he has no idea what is going on. Once 8 o'clock kicks in, the edibles are there, and you can't get him to pick a game. But I will say this. When he comes on and talks about the Leafs this season, he has been pretty much bang on every single prediction. So let's give the pucksters watching this what they need, what they deserve. Another win in this game.
Yeah. So as Carm mentioned, for some reason he keeps giving me the Leafs, but I keep winning. Last week I gave you the under, it cashed. The week before I gave you the under, it cashed. And this week I'm going to stick to the regularly scheduled program and give you the under, and I think it will cash. 6.5 is the total. And look, I get it. I understand why it's 6.5. Toronto 18-7, give or take. I think 18-6-1 to the over this year. Florida Panthers 13-10 to the over this year. So both teams are playing to the over. And Florida, more importantly, is really struggling to keep pucks out of their net of late. With that said, I think that comes to an end today. The Leafs have gone under 6.5, 5 of their last 7 games. And I told you this would happen. I came on the show and I said to you, the message coming out of Toronto and what we're seeing right now is this team is transitioning away from a cycling 5-unit style team into a north-south heavy, grind them out, dump and chase hockey team. And that transition is going to take time. This team now with Joseph Woll and net is playing much better goaltending wise. The defense is playing much better as well. And the offense are back checking. On top of that, I don't think this team has the guns to score 4 goals on any given night. At 6.5, I'm looking at this game and thinking 3-2, empty net 4-2. That still stays under the total. And the bottom line here, guys, is that this is a rivalry game with 2 teams that hate each other. March month's already been trolling Toronto. I think in typical fashion, the Leafs struggle to score tonight, and I think the Leafs do play good defensively. I like under the total of 6.5 here, guys.
Prez, do you think that these guys like Austin Matthews and Matthew Nyes, do you think that overall people just completely undervalued what they brought to the defensive game, to the Maple Leafs? Because looking at them, I think that people, obviously they miss their offensive touch, but to your point, I mean, these guys bring a two-way forward game. And I think that what people almost didn't talk with Mitch Marner enough about is, yeah, sure, in the playoffs, he might be a soft player, but he's still a good two-way forward. Do you think people are going to hop on overs now that these players are back, but they don't realize that maybe these guys are good defensively as well?
That's a great question, Andrew. The answer is from an Austin Matthews perspective, yes. Austin Matthews is regarded as one of the top defensive forwards in the league. And I think that if he wasn't as good a goal scorer as he is, people would realize how great a defensive player he is. Also, Nylander is really good on the back check as well. And I think Nylander led the league one year in, lifting the stick from behind and scooping the puck. Matthew Nyes is a good defensive forward, but I can't sit here and tell you he's elite. I know that Austin Matthews is elite. But I think ultimately defense in hockey now is a full team program. It's a full unit program. If your forwards are not forechecking and back checking, it doesn't matter who you have. You're not going to play well defensively. And I think we're watching Toronto slowly buy into what Craig is trying to do.
Yeah, no, I get it, President. You look at I think one of the things that people do when they look at Florida, and they're obviously not, they don't have a full lineup, as they look and they're like, well, I don't want to go against Florida because they've lost 3 straight on home ice. But you could have said the same thing after they lost 2 straight on home ice and Calgary coming to town and they lose that one.
I did say that.
Yeah.
I was on Florida in that spot against Calgary. So I agree.
No. So 15 goals they've allowed in their last 3 home games. The Leafs, and I mentioned it on last week's show, I think the Leafs are a bet on team. I think I talked to you about when they were playing in Pittsburgh and they're only minus 125. I think they're a bet on team, a minus 125. But the Leafs, I think has to do more with the Leafs struggles than anything else early on in the season. But once this team puts it together, they're going to be they're going to go on an extended win streak, and they could be in the midst of it.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. I think if I had to take a side tonight, I would take the Leafs as well. And I think moving forward, I'm going to be looking to bet on them. So we're on the same page, Carm. I do want to mention one of the guys in there is up in arms about my horrible New Jersey Devils pick yesterday. Man, Carm, it's so delicious being yelled at for free picks that you give out because you're not betting them, because they're not client plays. Like nothing like that. It's like it makes me so happy to get yelled at for a free pick I gave out on. I literally ran down the board, every single game on the board at 100 miles an hour yesterday on the best betting show ever. But that man wants to single out my New Jersey pick. Kyle Hinton, Prez is not good. I'm definitely not good. I'm freaking great, baby. Okay.
Well, Prez, on October 13th, you gave out a losing play. It was a free play.
I know.
I'm pretty pissed at you.
Here.
What the hell was that?
Months ago.
No. What was with that?
Spectacular.
All right.
Okay.
At approximately 11:11 on Tuesday.
Prez went off the rails.
What do you have to promote on $5 Tuesdays over at WagerTalk?
Thank you for asking, dude. Actually, thanks, Habs. I appreciate you, dog. Same with you, quadruple M. That's not even a triple M. Karma, I've got a NHL play up tonight. It's a money line bet. I really like this play a lot. It's only $5. But most importantly, I have my first ever 5% NFL parlay. And you guys can get that for half price. And we're going to use the exact same promo code as we used last week. It's half with an L, half price, HALF price. You get my NFL 5% parlay, first one I've ever had. And guys, I'm over 64% in parlays since January of 2024. So head over, grab that, use the promo code half price. And Washington Redskins, I know I'm so annoying sometimes. I love you guys. Carm, Andrew, thanks for having me on, man. I really enjoy coming on the show, and you guys are doing such a great job.
All right. Love having you, Prez. Best of luck to you with all your $5 plays.
Wait, Keaton Blondin wants a shout out. Well, I'll shout you out, my brother. I appreciate these guys coming and taking time out of their day and watching these shows with us, dude.
All right. Listen, best of luck with your plays. I think I will see you on Friday. Poker game.
Yeah, I'm excited, Carm.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to lowering your net worth just a little bit. But with that said, it's not going to even make a dent in it. I get it.
Prez, before you get out of here, are you an XRP?
Yeah, but I don't pay attention to crypto, Andrew. Like, I have serious sums of money in crypto. I mean, like insane sums. I don't even look. All of this stuff is willed to my children. I've decided I'm not selling. So yeah, I don't even.
Good man. Family first. All right, brother. Take care.
Okay, be good, everybody. Lots of love.
All right, guys. Prez, of course, doing multiple shows a day. I had to ask him. I feel like I like throwing a curveball, and I know it's a curveball he might appreciate. So I
hope really I'm one of his children, Andrew, because I know how many Bitcoin he has. Oh God!
I'm going to change my last name to Presman. How about that?
Oh dear God! But I want to make Andrew before we go to Dallas. Before we go to Dallas. Before we talk Dallas and the Rangers, to anyone who's watching either live or later on, if you're one of my long-term package holders, whether it's 730 or the full season of NHL, if I'm not following you on the X, I don't spend a lot of time on the X, but if I'm not following you on the X, drop in to not in the live chat, but drop into the chat later on when the video is posted, your screen name, and I will give you a follow. And I'll tell you why. I don't post a lot on there. It's just it's such a toxic website at times, but I love DMs from my clients, and even on games that I do not have, and they bounce information off me. Andrew, they'll say, like, one of the guys, Truman, he'll be like, what do you think of this game? Or what do you think of this game? And I give my honest thoughts on it. And sometimes, I think from a client perspective to get that is very good. So if you're on the X, just drop me a message here and I will follow you and you'll be able to send me DMs. And I just don't post on the site. But with that said, Andrew, let's talk about the Dallas Stars and New York Rangers. Minus 130 on Dallas, the Rangers plus 108. Andrew, I'm going to say this about Dallas before I send it to you. Watching this team play, it is just, they are built for the playoffs, the Dallas Stars. Like, they just never give up. They get behind. They just come at you. They cycle the puck. They're just a scary team right now. And right now they got a good tandem in goal, which is obviously Ottinger, and Casey DeSmith has been pretty good this season as well too. Minus 130 against the Rangers. Adam Fox out for the Rangers tonight. I don't think he's playing tonight for them. Is this a buy low price on Dallas?
It's one of those things here. You guys are kind of a good bounce back spot for the Rangers, but is it a good bounce back if it's against a team like this? That's kind of the question. The Dallas Stars coming off a game in which they made look super, super easy against the Ottawa Senators. Is this the year for the Dallas Stars? Is this the year for this team to take that next step? And of course, maybe they'll have to deal with the Avalanche once again. But other than that, they seem to be the top dogs in the Western Conference. Carm, looking at this game here, the opening number, I have my odds logic page in front of me being minus 125. And with the game barely moving at all, we've seen very little indication of money coming in on either side, or it's just been a balanced number. But total in this one is 5.5, and that hasn't really moved too much. And I'm going to go over the total in this one here. We got a Stars team that's been involved in some very exciting games as of late. 8-3 over the Oilers, 4-3 over the Mammoth, 6-1 over the Sens. This team knows how to put some goals up on the board, and I know the Rangers have that reputation of not being the best team at MSG this season. It's so weird, especially in a sport like hockey, when a team is not as good at home as they are on the road. Doesn't really make much sense to me, because you get the last change. You're supposed to be better at home than you are on the road. But I think the Rangers are going to start turning things around. I kind of lean, honestly, to the underdog in this situation. But then I took a look at my last 10 games, 5-on-5 expected goals against. The Rangers are the fourth worst team in that category. You got Edmonton, Vancouver, Chicago, and the New York Rangers. That doesn't really give me hope as far as their defensive ability. So instead of taking the dog in this one, I'll take the over. I expect goals for both teams. And, a lot of times I used to say these 5.5s are 5.5 for a reason. But if you get both teams showing up here, which I do think we will get a back and forth contest, we get over the total. Carm, the biggest thing from where I'm sitting with 5.5s is it takes 2 to tango. I find with 6.5s, you can see a 5-2 game. You can see a 6-3 game, whatever. But with 5.5s, you kind of need a good game. And with the line right now not moving either direction, that kind of indicates to me the books, they made this line the right way. The number should be the way it is. And this should be actually competitive hockey game. One team will get to 4. Maybe I'll find out which team that is. Look at the team total at plus money. But regardless, I think this game does go over the total. I'm going to throw it back to you with this, Carm. This team has had minimal flat spots, this Dallas Stars team. They've been looking pretty good as of late. They just smoked the Ottawa Senators. They could have taken the third period off because they looked so good. Is there a chance at all that they take the Rangers lightly here?
I don't think so. They haven't taken anyone lightly all season. Like, this is a team that, if not for Colorado, they would be first place. If not for the phenomenal play of Colorado right now, they'd be in first place. They're 17-5-4. Only, I think, 5 regulation losses for this team, and 9-1-3 on the road. 9-4 if you're looking at it in wins and losses, but you have to look, take into account picking up sort of those loser points as well too, Andrew. Team's healthy. They're playing well. I just, it's who is the better team here, and the better team is Dallas. Are they the better team at the end of the night? I'm willing to find out. I think 130 is a buy low price on them. I don't think you can get any higher than that because you get some Rangers home money coming in on them as well too. And Andrew, just to let you know, if you ever see someone tangoing by themselves, it's a sign that you're in the wrong room because it's not a good thing. The only time I've ever seen someone tango by themselves is Brian Leonard on his 18th beer. But with that said, let's bring Brian Leonard into the chat.
Oh man, I want to see Brian on the dance floor. What's up, Brian? How are you?
Yeah, I would. After 18 beers, I would be on the dance floor.
God bless you, Brian. How are things?
I was all excited. Press comes in, does an excellent breakdown of the Toronto game, and I'm thinking, "Damn, he's on his game today. I'm gonna have to congratulate him." And then all of a sudden, he goes off the rails, talking to people that aren't even there on the chat. And I don't understand how you guys could do it every week and keeping that guy under control. Can you imagine his wife?
Well, Brian, it's especially great because he has no other shows that he does all week, so we give him his 10 minutes of fame. It'd be if he didn't have a show like maybe right after this one to do, then I'd get we give him his 10 minutes of fame, but he's going to have a show that's longer than this one after this show. Yeah, maybe I'll have to go on his show.
Through the show, we got 2 games handicapped by now.
This is what I'm talking about. The people want more picks, and we've talked about 2 games here. So with that said, Brian, what do you have for us today?
I'm going to take a look, and Carmine has made fun of me the last few times I've been on picking a game that nobody cares about. So which game is the one to pick today? What's the Calgary and Nashville game, obviously. The Flames, I think the Flames are on the uptick right here. They've been outscored by 17 goals on the season, but if you take a closer look, 17 of those 27 games were played on the road. Teams play much better at home in the long run. You made some mention about that in your earlier segment. But yeah, you would expect a little bit better at home than you would on the road. And, Nashville's been outscored by 28 goals. That's 11 goals more, but yet 15 of their 25 games have been played at home. This Nashville team, ever since they made all those trades last year, brought in the free agents, they just have not been the same. It just didn't work. And they kept a lot of those guys this year, and it's still not working. They're not very good. The Flames have won 5 of the last 9 games of late, and they beat Dallas and Florida. And 2 of those losses were to Tampa Bay and Carolina, 2 of the best teams and hottest teams, especially from Tampa Bay right now in the NHL. It defeats Carolina on Sunday, was in overtime, 1-0. So they're playing really good hockey right now. This is the 4th final game of a 5-game road trip for them, and they open up 4 straight home games Thursday. So they want to come out of this with a nice victory, and I think they can get it here. The Flames had much better as of late, as I mentioned, and Calgary lost in Nashville at their only other previous meetings. So you got a team that has some revenge in mind also. And I talked about Nashville. They've gone 2-3 since returning from Sweden. But the last 4 opponents are all struggling right now. They've got wins over Detroit and Chicago while losing badly to Florida and Winnipeg. And, Florida hasn't beaten anybody of any substance lately. They beat Vegas. They seem to always beat Vegas in the regular season. And then they beat Nashville, but they're not playing well at all. And Winnipeg, ever since the goalie got hurt, they're just a different team. So why are the Predators a small favorite here? I don't know. They should be favored, and in fact, the line is going that way. So if you like me with Calgary, you want to get that now at the plus 100 range. I saw like up to 106 out there, but to me, there's no contest with the way these 2 teams are playing. I like Calgary.
Brian, you know what? I agree with you. I think the Calgary is in the right spot here. It should be Dustin Wolf and Saros in goal tonight. That's what I've seen as expected. Neither one of them is confirmed, but that game they played against Carolina was a very good game for them, and they've had a good road trip. They were scoring some goals before that, as was Nashville as well too. Nashville's been scoring some goals, but I just think Nashville's one of those. Nashville's a team that I just, moving forward, I want to bet against them in spots where we're not laying a lot of money, because I think they're going to be a seller at the trade deadline. And as Andrew mentioned yesterday, and Andrew made a very good point of it, I think we're going to see trades earlier this season than we normally do, especially with the break that comes up for the Olympics. I think they make those moves well in advance. And I think they have that no trade. The NHL has the no trade clause in around Christmas time as well too. So you never want to trade a guy, on Christmas Eve. But
It
I'm
could be
sorry, you're
impressive for
making
some
like
of those guys to get out of those.
you're making $5-6 million a year. Yeah, it comes with the territory. You trade them whenever they want. Bri, I'm not going to ask you what you got to promote just yet because the chat has spoken and they absolutely love you. So we're going to keep you around. And that's why I scheduled the Vegas Golden Knights and Chicago as our next game. But Andrew, I'm going to go to you first on this one because I want to hear your thoughts before Brian gives us his thoughts on the Vegas Golden Knights. That's the only reason I have a 293 favorite on today's card to discuss, Andrew, because I know you were probably wondering about that. Chicago plus 231, total sits here at 6. Andrew, are you smashing the Knights tonight?
Well, I'm going to keep it the 3 panels here, guys. Let's just have. I think I don't need a clip for. I don't need a clip for this one, so we can have 3 of us breaking it down together and kind of just conversation format here. This is one of those games here where I look at it, guys, and I'll be honest. I liked not even just a 3.5 over 4.5 at a big plus price for the Golden Knights on the weekend against San Jose. I'm not a puck line guy. I thought that could have been a good play. Like, guys, what better of a situation? And I'm the biggest believer in the fact that I love the way the NHL draft works. I love how there's been so much more competition in the league this year. And you've got Bedard and you've got Celebrini literally carrying their teams to wins. I mean, it's unbelievable to watch the Sharks and the Hawks play right now. But if you're the Vegas Golden Knights, you're supposed to be the big dogs and the alpha males, the older players in the league. Shouldn't the San Jose Sharks and the Chicago Blackhawks be a pretty good get-right 2-game set? Hey, what do you guys think here? I mean, hey, look, we got the San Jose Sharks coming to town. Oh, really? After that game, we're playing the Chicago Blackhawks? Like, for a team that's been struggling, losing to the Sens, losing to the Habs, losing to the Mammoth, losing to the Ducks, wouldn't you think, Brian, that getting to play the Sharks and the Hawks back-to-back games, I know they're good, and I know that they have, they have some promise, these young teams, but look, obviously insane prices here, but you got to think that these games, they should have been pretty good get-right spots for the Vegas Golden Knights, right? I
want to comment, but I want to hear Carmine's thoughts first because I don't want to influence anybody until the end. So we'll see what Carmine has to say about it.
I'm going to keep mine. I'm going to keep mine simple. You guys know my and this is the last game of the night, dudes. My 20 minutes and out play here is going to be the over 1.5 in the Vegas Golden Knights game on home ice. We'll see what Chicago brings to it. They didn't look good in that first period against Anaheim. Unfortunately, they looked very good in the second and third periods, or else we'd be talking about, I think, a 5-game losing streak by the Sharks as they hit the road for this one. I think the Knights are probably, Andrew, and you guys can tell me, they're a top 3 team in the NHL. That's the way I see it. And I honestly believe that the top 3 teams right now are, at least at this point, are all in the Western Conference. I think it's, when you watch how they play, I think Colorado, with the full season of Landeskog now, this team just scoring. They're playing phenomenal hockey. They bounce back. The Dallas Stars built to be a playoff team, and the Vegas Golden Knights. Mitch Marner has found a new lease on life there. He must be loving it because the media, even when they lose, do not do to him what the media in Toronto did to him. Or what the fan bases did to him. So it only bodes well for the Vegas Golden Knights moving forward with this team. Top 3 team for me for sure. But I'm going first period over, Brian.
So, Brian, I just want to add before you go, and I know obviously you know the details about this. Overall, you've talked about it in the past about how the difference between each goalie might not be large enough to quantify a change for one play to the next. It's just about the team aspect. Obviously, we've got a goaltending situation going on tonight with a player that I remember like, you know how you can just remember plays you've had in the past? A lot of times we remember losses we've had because we're pissed about them.
Yeah.
But I remember, and look, overs are more fun, right? We all can agree overs are more fun. I've cashed a lot of unders in my betting career on Carter Hart games. Now he's making his first start back in the NHL in a little while now. Do you think this team gets behind him defensively?
That's a great point, and I think you made two great points in your analysis before we went to Carmine. And yeah, this is, first of all, this is a different Golden Knights team than it's been in the past. The situation in the past, I would love to play the Knights here, and you're right, but I don't think this is the same Knights team the way they're playing this year as they played in the past. They're deeper, but they're not getting really any scoring out of anything other than the first two lines. And in regards to tonight's scheduling, yeah, Carter Hart's back, and he did not look good for the Silver Knights, but he hasn't played in a long time. And the coach said they need to play him because they know he's rusty, which means to me that in practice this week, they've been working on their defense, trying to help him out like they do with the other guys. The other guys that they've used, because they've had a lot of injuries in the goalie situation the last few years. So I think it's a game where Chicago's, pretty good offense, but I think, from the Golden Knights standpoint, they can hold Chicago to a couple of goals here and get out of here with a 3-2 or 4-2 win. That's the way they're going to play it. The problem is I've watched Chicago against Vegas, and like a lot of young teams, Vegas just doesn't have the speed to keep up with them. I used San Jose the other day plus 1.5 in a game. That was another outrageous line like this. I said, there's no way the Vegas should be favored by this much. And that's the way I feel tonight. Will they get the win? Yeah, probably. The line's telling you they should get the win, but we can get Chicago plus 1.5 at basically a pick and price. I got plus money the other day with San Jose in that regard. I think we're laying maybe -110. And, they'll say, well, it's back-to-back games for Chicago, but Vegas had a really busy schedule as of late. So they might not be in the second of a back-to-back, but they played a lot of games lately. And I just, right now, Vegas, they got bringing back Stone to the power play definitely helped. And he scored in his first game back. He's been terrific. He scored just about a point in every game they played this year. Marner's been very good. He's not scoring, but he's setting the opposition up. He's first, taking it from one end to the other. To have two guys eyeing him to do that is going to help them in the future. Problem is, right now, they're still in the present. And I hate to mention anybody who played like St. Louis yesterday. I couldn't understand that line. I know the spot screams St. Louis, but how the hell are you going to bet St. Louis at a 150 favorite when they haven't proven they should be in that range? That's my feeling on this one. And I've got 2 hockey plays today for clients, and these are the ones I've given out on the show. So I won't talk about that. But I do have a package for college basketball, 24-14 run in college basketball. I believe I was number 2 in college basketball last year, at least in the top 4 off the top of my head. But we've been very good in college basketball, and I've got a special today. All of my college basketball, and you get it for only $5. I got 2 plays up right now. We're going to continue to work on that the rest of the day. But if you're going to buy anything, buy that instead of the hockey, because you already know what I like in hockey tonight.
Awesome, Brian. I just want to make note of last thoughts on this game tonight. And it seems like we've talked a lot about a -300 favor, but Chicago did play. Obviously, Chicago did play on Sunday or on Tuesday. They had to make the cross country flight, and from Chicago to Vegas, it's still a good 4.5 hour flight, I believe, if that's true. So I'm going to guess that today was just an optional skate. Or this morning is going to be an optional skate for them, probably starting right about now. Usually around 9 a.m. is when the skate, 8-9 a.m. the skate starts, and the goaltending definitely comes into it with Carter Hart being a little rusty. We'll see, and that's one of the reasons why I think I like the first period over in it. Is if he does let in a couple loose ones to start the game, I can pretty much flick the TV off, go to sleep, and wait for the Wednesday night card to start. But
you guys know how NHL works. It's always like this is the storylines in sports. It's all this is a player's last game, a player's first game back from an injury, and I know the elephant in the room surrounding Carter Hart coming back, but that has nothing to do with us on this show, right? I mean, Carter Hart playing tonight used to be he was a great goaltender when he played in the league. I would be shocked to just, look at the scores tomorrow morning or watch the game tonight and see that he got lit up. I just think what you said about Brian, about them wanting to play defensively in front of him, whether you're looking at the under or the first period, money line for Vegas or the puck line for Vegas, 2-0. So Carm can win his bet. I mean, whatever it is, I think that this is going to be one of those situations where it's going to be the soccer park the bus mindset for them. Like Brian, I think there's definitely a world that your bet hits. I like that thought process. Would you agree, though, that +1.5 sort of correlates with a lower scoring game as well?
Yeah, Chicago. It's not going to be a higher. I can't see how this is going to be a higher scoring game unless he's really that bad and they fall behind early, and then Vegas is like, well, we're going to, they may pull a but I don't think this happens. It's only one game against a team that's not in your division. So it is a conference game, but they need to figure out what they've got here. And, the other guy that they just sent down for him, he performed pretty well for a rookie not being up there, but he wasn't as good as the other guy. But still, you saw the way they treated him when he was in there. He didn't give up a lot of goals, but they didn't score many. That was the goal plan, to win the games 3-2. Yeah. And Vegas wins this game 3-2, and they score, 2 in the first. Hey, I'm very happy with that one. But I just can't.
Perfect. Perfect.
And listen, thanks for reminding people that wasn't the second of a back-to-back. I screwed up.
Yeah, it's all good. But one last thought. You know what I mean? Like, it's all about positivity on this show, except for the opening few minutes when the prize is on. But listen, with that said, no matter how it's funny, Brian, no matter how bad things might be, just for you guys out there, just remember, you're not a field goal kicker who kicks the ground a foot behind the ball.
He blamed the holder. Did you see? He blamed the holder this morning.
It's funny. Sorry about
that. It was like a scene of Charlie Brown.
I'm watching it with my wife. I've seen it so many times on the internet. I go, you got to see this. It was on the local news. And I said, look at the way the holder's holding that ball. I said, he kicks that. It's getting blocked. He didn't have it the way they normally do it. And so he said, I'm not going to screw up my kicking record. He says, let's, and I swear to God, usually you go, yeah, right. But I saw it. I go, that's what it was. Look at the holder. Look at the way the ball.
Well, Brian, he made someone lose their job. He might have made somebody lose their job.
Better than him losing his job by kicking that right into the line. I mean, I don't blame him at all.
True. Yeah. And I'm just happy it wasn't at MetLife Stadium and it was on Gillette, because if that was MetLife, people would have been going crazy about the turf, right? At least it wasn't in New York or I guess New Jersey.
Well, didn't Danny Dimes trip over the 20-yard line, run into the end zone for a touchdown once?
Yeah, but he's just not athletic.
Wow.
I'm going to give you guys.
You're calling an NFL quarterback not athletic.
Not athletic. Here's my hot take. In about 3 or 4 weeks, we're going to have Oilers fans outraged. And I'm bringing this back to the Oilers. Oilers fans are going to be outraged that they didn't sign Carter Hart. That's my hot take. You're going to have 2 or 3 teams led by the Edmonton Oilers. And don't get me wrong here. I'm not saying he's going to light it up, but this defense is bad for the Oilers, but the goaltending has not been acceptable. You're going to have a team like that. And my other take is that they're going to sign Jordan Binnington from the St. Louis Blues. Those are 2 hot takes. Binnington has played pretty bad. And I've continued to say that he's going to be the starting goalie for Team Canada at the Olympics, regardless, because he's been their goalie for a while. This is like the worst year for him to have an Olympic year coming up because he's been pretty bad. I think that Binnington gets traded. Carm, you mentioned Nashville being sellers. There's 2 teams in that one division that are going to be sellers. The other team is the Blues.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure. You think the Blues will be a seller? I think if they're in the playoff race, I think the sellers are likely maybe Calgary. I think Nashville is going to be.
But their owner won't sell. He refuses to give players away. It's so stupid. He's like, no, we're not going to rebuild. It's like, okay, dude. Like,
well,
you guys.
Go any further on it, Brian, but wouldn't because you talked about the scoring on the first couple of lines for Vegas, and that's doing well, but drops off there. Marsh's show, coming back for a playoff run in Vegas.
For like half of what they offered him.
Yeah,
I'd love it. But Bennington, when he got pulled, he got into it with the coach a little bit.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, they said, "No, we love each other. It's just the heat of the moment type of thing."
Yeah.
But I thought the same thing. I go, St. Louis is not a good team this year. If they can get some young players for that, I agree. I think he does get traded.
Goalie trades are always interesting. It's not the same as a player getting traded. Like, it's weirder to see a goalie get traded. Usually those happen in the off season. You know what I mean, Brian? Like, it's weird to see a goalie trade in the middle of the year.
Yeah, fans get really upset if you trade their goalie, and especially Bennington, who's been there a long time. But they have
How about Marc-Andre Fleury? How about that guy?
I still have people in Vegas that still wish he was here. And I said, you do know he's stunk ever since we traded him, don't you? I said, I love the guy. He's a great guy. But it was a great move by Vegas to do it.
I'll defend him for one thing, though, Brian. There's about 14 teams in the NHL that would like to have him right now, and he's not even playing in the league. He could probably still crack a roster, I bet you. He could still crack a roster, that's for sure. All right, Brian, we'll let you get out of here. College basketball, NHL, make sure you get Brian, wt.buzz/BL. We got to get to Carmine's play of the day. Thanks so much, Brian. We'll see you next time. All right, Carm, I'm going to just tweet out some player props tonight. We got to get the show moving on.
Yeah, we got a minute or two. Come on, relax. Take a deep breath.
We got 13 games. Come on.
Inhale, exhale. But
come on, I'll start talking to you with my hands.
When you talk about,
come on.
This is how old, Andrew. There wasn't newspapers. There's no newspapers now. There were newspapers back when I was growing up. One of my friends, and as kids, we played street hockey. One of my friends comes and he's got like a copy of the Toronto Sun, and he's waving. He's going, "The Leafs got a goalie. The Leafs got a goalie. Fled communism." I'm like, fled communism? I've never heard of this name before, right? And then the front page says Yuri Sira fled communism to become Leafs goalie. The guy fled communism. That's not his name. Yuri Sira was the guy's name. Fled communism, and that was the headline on the Toronto Sun. Yuri Sira fled communism, and my buddy thought the guy's name was fled communism. So how do you love that one? Andrew, are you doing a same game parlay on the show? And let me tell you, I'll tell you why I hate same game parlays now.
Yesterday I was 3 for 4, and I was pissed about it. I'm going to just tweet out props that I like today. I'm not going to do a same game parlay.
Okay. I dislike it because yesterday I played one because I just didn't like the football game. So I played a same game parlay and everything hit. And all I needed was one more catch from Tracy Jr. And I'm looking for him. I'm like, where's Tracy Jr.? He's not even on the field. And I guess they must have heard me because they showed him in a golf cart being taken to the dressing room. And goodbye, same game parlay, Andrew. So this is why I do not like same game parlays.
Carm, what I don't like is the fact that they can remove or correct something that already happened. Yesterday, my same game parlay won. It won. And then I checked the score app again and it lost. How could it already win? And then it lost after that. I mean,
I played this at FanDuel. DraftKings will do that every once in a while. I accept the fact that players are going to get injured when you play these things, and this is what happens. So,
well, mine was 4 for 4, and then they took it away. It said that they lost.
It's a lost play, but
they graded me a winner, Carm, on my sports book. They graded me a winner, and then they took it away. So that was pretty. Josh Morrissey had 2 shots on goal, and they took one of the shots away from him. So I lost. So that's a tough way to lose.
Those shots on goal things can be a disaster at times. You think they're wins, and they turn into losses overnight. Anyways, guys, same game. The pod play. Yes, I am going with the Toronto Maple Leafs. It's not a homer bet because I do not like the Leafs, but I like them tonight in this spot. Plus 132. We cashed with the pod play yesterday. The first period over in the Sabres game. That one got there after like 4 or 5 minutes. That was an easy winner in that one. These are two teams, Toronto and Florida, that people expected these teams to be playing for first and second place in the Eastern Conference. You know where they are? They're tied for last. And they're tied for last in the Eastern Conference with 25 points. Even the Sabres have more points than both these teams. Plus 132, I said the Leafs are a buy-on team moving forward. Florida not playing the greatest hockey right now, especially at home where they've lost 3 straight. Let's see if we can cash a plus 132 with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Go in there and steal one from the Florida Panthers. That is your pod play for today.
Carm, what do you have up at WagerTalk?
Andrew, I'm writing the timestamps down. So, if you could, okay. It's okay. I'm kidding. All right. Currently up at WagerTalk, I have 3 different $5 plays, one for NHL tonight, one for a Premier League game this afternoon. It's a best bet as well, too. The NHL is a best bet and an NFL best bet. 3 different plays, all $5 for each one. You can get them over at WagerTalk. And we've got some great, we got some really good deals going on right now. Even college football, you can get all the bowls, college football bowl package. And you get, if you purchase that, you get the rest of the college season for free. I closed out the college season, Andrew, on a really nice winning run. I think 7-0 winning run with college football, including 3-0 this past weekend. And I'm going to be heavily involved in the college bowls. So you can head over to my page and find that. And then there's some great NHL, NFL packages where you get the World Cup of soccer absolutely free as well. So all you guys in the chat, man, awesome show today. Andrew, I'll send it over to you. Let us know what you have up and close it out.
All right, Carm. Yeah, looking forward to a really, really good day. Hopefully we can cash some tickets. I hit my best bet yesterday in the NFL. I continue to tell you guys, I know that NHL, you see me on Puck Time every day, but NFL has been great for me. 4% best bet winner yesterday. We'll have an NFL best bet 4% play coming up this afternoon. That will be for this Sunday. So you guys can get that for $5 at midnight. It'll go back to $25. So I know we have so many people at the website that do NFL, and I get that, and a lot to choose from, but NFL has been going very, very well for me. As far as the NHL, 2 plays will be $5. The beauty of it, and Carr mentioned the beauty, we used to only have 1 play each that was $5. Now we can have multiple plays that are $5. You guys can go to our page. Any play that we have up for grabs, listed for just $5. So guys, check that out. Looking forward to a huge, huge night. Let's have a winning night. Carmine, myself, all of you guys in the chat, let's make some money. And also make sure you check out my pre-scout, a great video I'm doing every night, every morning. You guys can check out my videos at wagertalk.com. They are now in the videos tab. Go to WagerTalk TV, go to the videos tab. You can see my videos I do every single weeknight. Thanks for watching, guys. Hit the like button. It does help us out quite a bit. We'll see you next time right here on Puck Time.
WagerTalk today, the gold standard of sports betting shows where we talk. It's $5 Tuesday at WagerTalk. We're coming off a strong start to the week. We got another loaded slate. We got a lot of games to break down. Jesse's going to give us his top college football teams to fade. And we're going to talk the Knicks and the Celtics. Nice rivalry there in the NBA. Brian Power's going to join us. We're going to talk Thunder Warriors, big game. And then Florida versus Duke college basketball. And then my good friend, the Prez, is going to join us. We were going to break down Thursday night football, but he has a big play in that one. So instead, we're just going to go back and forth about a couple of other big games. Bears, Packers, Chiefs, Texans. So leave in the chat what your guys' thoughts are. This is a huge weekend of NFL games. So tell us who you like. Bears, Packers, Chiefs, Texans. Then he's going to talk Lightning and Islanders. And I'm going to close out with breakdown on the Timberwolves, Pelicans, and Grizzlies Spurs. Really good bettable games. We got some good information and some props in those games. So we're going to break all that down. We got big names. We got big games. It's a big Tuesday. Let's get started. Just to let everybody know, my flight got in way late last night. I landed in Indianapolis in the middle of a snowstorm, so been a little bit behind this morning. But let's bring in Jesse, a man that is never a little bit behind. Jesse, happy Tuesday. How are you?
I'm all right, Andy. Got some much-needed winning last night. I certainly needed it after a pretty devastating holiday weekend.
Well, let's talk a little bit of winners. We got to award a winner from our bet last week. You and I went head-to-head on Ole Miss and Mississippi State, and I came out a winner. I'm not sure there were a whole lot of winners out of the Lane Kiffin situation,
well,
but
Mississippi might have won the game. They lost the war, Andy.
That's true. So we do this when we go head-to-head. Everyone puts their username in the comment section along with which handicapper they wanted to go along with. So anybody that put Andy in there was eligible for a winner. And the winner is our good friend, Natural 8. Congratulations, Natural 8. You get a free 3-day pass. So all you have to do is email support@wagertalk.com. Just tell them that you were the big winner and you get a free 3-day pass. You can use it on myself. You can use it on Jesse. We got a lot of big plays. So congratulations. You've been with us for a long time. So congratulations, Natural 8. You're the big winner. All right, Jesse, let's talk about a couple teams here to fade. You know, we're getting down to the end of the season here. Let's start with UNLV. We're looking at fading them. Tell us why we're looking at why we're not supporting them this week.
I love this game, Andy. I really do. I mean, this is a rematch of last year's Mountain West final. And of course, Boise State won that handily by a score of 21-7. In fact, Boise State just owns UNLV. So you got to look at it like, why are they only a 4-point favorite? In fact, I think they opened as a 3-point favorite. Well, you look for reasons. Why is this line so short? I guess Boise State, 8 wins, UNLV, 10 wins. So that's one reason right there. But if you look at strength of schedule, going by Sagarin, it's not that different. Boise State has the 83rd ranked schedule and UNLV 109th, but it feels like a bigger deal to me. Boise State, of course, played Notre Dame and South Florida, lost both those games, but UNLV hasn't played anybody. In fact, they've only got one win against a team with a winning record, and that was Hawaii at home. So you want to hang your hat on a win over Hawaii at home. I'm not sure you belong in the conference championship game. They did play. These teams played in the regular season. Boise State won by a score of 56-31. Now, Boise State did lose their starting quarterback, Maddox Madsen, over a month ago. Max Cutworth, the backup, has come in. He threw for 341 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks on 26 of 44 passing last week against Utah State. He's had 4 or 5 games to get familiar with the offense and get comfortable in this spot. And Maddox Madsen wasn't the star of this team anyways. This team is built on the running game, their offensive line. Those guys are all still here. It should be more of the same, in my opinion. I think Boise State is far and away the better team, and on a neutral field, I think they win this by double digits, and getting them at less than a touchdown, to me, is a steal. UNLV has the 11th ranked run defense in the Mountain West. They're giving up 175 yards per game. And keep in mind, that's with a really soft schedule. Their defense was just atrocious all season long. And Boise State has its shortcomings, but scoring points against soft defenses isn't one of them. Boise State, big for me, Andy.
When we get kind of towards the end of the year, are you looking more at teams that you want to bet against or teams that you want to bet on, or is it game-by-game situation? I mean, I know that you're trying to figure out the transfer portal and the coaching situations on a lot of these games. So is there a particular angle that you're really looking to focus on? Because you talk all the time about teams to fade. It really seems like this is a play against UNLV more than anything.
Yeah, I think, we got off to a good start by fading teams, and it felt like I found my niche. Now I feel like we're just going to roll with that, and we have. And last week, it was really unfortunate. Ole Miss pulled away late and really dominated that game despite the distraction. I will say my analysis of what a distraction that Lane Kiffin situation would be was not far off. That turned into even a bigger shit show than I expected it to be. They're even releasing audio tapes of him chatting up college girls. And I mean, trust me, it's going to get a lot uglier for Lane Kiffin.
You got to admit, it's kind of a match made in heaven, LSU and Lane Kiffin. Like it's kind of a perfect little mashup.
I mean, I'm not a fan of either of these teams, but I'd love to see it blow up in LSU's face, just for the sake of it.
I mean, you have two entities in Lane Kiffin and LSU where it always blows up. I mean, what's the most logical outcome? A 10-year symbiotic relationship? No chance.
Yeah, I think that's how I see it as well.
Well, let's move to another team that you're looking to fade. We're looking at BYU. Interesting team to fade here. Why are you off them this week?
Well, this is less of a fade of BYU and more of the fact that Texas Tech is just in a league of their own in the Big 12 and really against most of college football. In fact, if you look at who spent the money in NIL, Texas Tech spent $25 million, which is exactly how much they promised Lane Kiffin he gets to spend at LSU. But apparently only two teams spent $25 million or more, and it was Texas and Texas Tech. So they've got the best roster money can buy. And they're far and away better than every other team in the Big 12. They rank first in scoring defense. They're only allowing 11 points per game. They rank first in total defense, 258 yards per game. And they're 11-1. Their only loss came on the road at Arizona State, who won the conference championship last year. And they had their backup quarterback in that game, and it was kind of a shocking result. Aside from that, they've steamrolled the competition in the Big 12. That includes BYU. They won 29-7. That game was only a few weeks ago. This is a neutral site game, but it's in Texas. I think BYU is in big trouble. I think BYU is, they're a solid team. They're solid on both sides of the ball. I like their coach, who may or may not be on the way to Penn State, by the way. But BYU won a few games that they had no business winning. I don't think they're as good as Utah, and they managed to beat Utah somehow, but I still think Utah is a far and away a better team than BYU. And yeah, the big news is now Penn State is offering Sataki probably big. I don't know. I haven't heard the numbers, but I have to assume that Penn State has been thoroughly embarrassed, and they're ready to unload the kitchen sink and do whatever it takes to get Sataki to leave BYU. And I'm not going to go with the same angle I went with Lane Kiffin last week, because I'm going to go out on a limb, Andy, and say, however Kalani Sataki handles this, it's going to be with a lot more class than Lane Kiffin.
Low bar. low bar to set. But, I mean, they were pictured like clothes hanging on things. I'm sorry, I just can't get enough of this Lane Kiffin thing. Texas Tech. So we do have a kind of a revenge factor here. They drubbed BYU 29-7. It looks like, does that factor in at all? Or is this a completely new game? Doesn't
sounds
matter?
Like you're brewing up a bet there, Andy. Sounds like you're thinking about backing the Mormons.
Care to make things interesting? I'll do it. Give me a little.
I think we got to run it back.
Here. Yeah, let's run it back. Let's do it. I'll take the revenge factor here. So if you're on Texas Tech, I'll be on BYU. So let's do it again. This is our weekly tradition here. So All right, comment section. You know what to do. After the show is over, put in the comment section whether you agree with Jesse on Texas Tech or Andy on BYU. Make sure you put your WagerTalk username. Whoever wins will pick a side, and you're going to win a free 3-day pass. Natural 8 was the big winner, and it looks like there's going to be a lot of Jessies in the comment section here, Jesse.
Well, the chat's also going to have the benefit of knowing whether Sataki got the Penn State job or not. So that line could move. A lot could change between now and next week.
That's all right. I got faith in my Mormons. I got friends out there. Come on, bring it home, BYU. So, all right, Jesse and I going head-to-head again. You guys can benefit. Put in the comment section. It's got to be after the show is over. We check the comments, not the live chat. Not the live chat. So comment section below. Yeah, Jeff, make sure you put that in the comments right after the show is over. That way we can keep track of everything. So, all right, Jesse, let's move on to the NBA. Knicks, Celtics, nice rivalry. Obviously, we don't have Jason Tatum here, but Celtics team that not completely giving up on the season. One of the surprises to me, Boston is playing with a much slower pace than I thought they were going to. I figured they'd be, run and gun, shoot as many threes as possible. Not so much. It's a pretty short line here. Knicks -2, over under 230. How do you break down the Knicks and the Celtics?
Yeah, I think this is a wrong team favored situation, Andy. The Knicks appear to be the better team. They're sitting in first place in the Atlantic, 2.5 games up on Boston. They've won 4 straight, but look at their home away splits. They're 3-5 on the road. They're 10-1 at home. Let's look at their road wins. How about at Charlotte, at Dallas, at Brooklyn? Those are the teams you've beat on the road so far this season. Now you're going to lay points at Boston. Count me out. And OG Anunoby is out. And I know all the talk will be on Tatum being out, and people probably overlook Anunoby being out. You got to keep in mind, when Anunoby first came over from Toronto, the Knicks went on some kind of incredible winning streak, like 18 of 19 games with Anunoby in the lineup. Then he got hurt, and they started to suck again, or not suck, but they weren't quite as good. I mean, he's an excellent defender, an excellent all-round player, and they certainly do miss him. Boston, they've won 6 of their last 8, 5 of their last 6 at home. They did win 117-115 at Cleveland in their last game. Peyton Pritchard, 42 points in that game. And you mentioned Jason Tatum. In my mind, Jaylen Brown is the MVP. You remember he won the finals MVP. And here's a little bit about how you can trust AI, Andy, because I wanted to look at some quotes, what Jason Tatum was saying after Jaylen Brown won MVP, because I remember he was quite salty about that. I think we all remember Tatum being salty about Brown winning MVP. But AI quote says, Tatum was not angry about Brown winning MVP. He was actually very happy and congratulated him. So be careful what you get from the AI search engines. Tatum is still salty. Brown is still the more valuable player, more dependable. Tatum might be the guy, the flashy, score more points, more athletic, more talented, but Brown delivers on a nightly basis. The Celtics still have some dudes. They're still the better team on their home court, in my opinion. Wrong team favored. Go Boston.
You're looking up AI to see if Jason Tatum was indeed mad at Jaylen Brown. That's a new use for AI.
I thought it was funny that AI conclusively determined that he wasn't salty at all.
Yeah, absolutely. So funny. Oh, really, really good stuff, Jesse. All right, it's $5 Tuesday. Tell everyone what you have up.
I do have a college basketball total up for $5 Tuesday, coming off a 3-0 sweep on Monday. And as far as Thanksgiving weekend and all that, that's in the past. We're not going to talk about that. For those of you who saw my performance, you know, we're not talking about that. We're moving forward, Andy.
Very well said, Jesse. Very well said. Hey, listen, we all go on winning streaks. We all go on losing streaks. Perfectly fine. It's $5 Tuesday. Grab Jesse's best bet. And if you like Jesse's take on Texas Tech, put that in the comment section. Texas Tech covers, and we pick you. You win a free 3-day pass. Jesse, great segment as always. Great talking to you every Tuesday. Best of luck, my friend.
Thanks, Andy.
Jesse Shule, everyone. Always doing a great job to get us kicked off on Tuesday. It is $5 Tuesday. Every handicapper can put up a $5 play. Every Tuesday, I do an NBA player prop. That best bet is up. I've attached another one to it, so you get 2 plays for that one. NBA not been great the last few days. Props are just a big up and down throughout the course of the season. But the last few days haven't been my best work, so really looking to turn that around. Just want to be honest with you guys that NBA player props hasn't been my best sport the last 3 days, but looking to get a winner tonight. So if you want to join me, do that. And I will also tell you this. We have a cricket play that is in the middle of playing right now. As soon as that game is over, a 4% best bet is going to go up. It's half price. As soon as it goes up, it will be half price. Do what you want with it. It's very juicy. I will just tell you, after the show is over, I will be going around to the kiosks at various casinos around me, and I will be playing it as much as I can. Do with that with what you want. That will be up later today. Let's bring on Brian Power. Brian, happy Tuesday. How are you, sir?
Good. Sorry to miss you last week, Andy. I was traveling, but happy to be back here talking the Oklahoma City Thunder, as I think I do every Tuesday on this spot.
We could give you worse teams. You
Yes.
have to break down the Sacramento Kings or Charlotte.
There's 29 worse teams in the NBA than the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think we can all agree on that. Not much we can agree on life, but I think that is something we can agree on.
Every time I log in and I think, I was like, you know what, I should take the Oklahoma City Thunder over their season win total. I'm just like, no, they're going to regress. And then you know what doesn't happen? They regress.
Yeah.
They're like
crazy.
Regressed. Yeah, it really is. So, well, let's break this one down. We're going to start you off with the Thunder and the Warriors. This is what's amazing about the Thunder. Hartenstein's out for a couple weeks. Dort is going to be out. Caruso is going to be out. And they're minus 11.5. There's just no other team where you can just be missing these key players and they're just going to be these big favorites. They just, next man up, over under is 224.5. How do you break down this game?
Yeah, there's a key injury on the other side, too, obviously, that we'll address here in just a minute. But let's start by reminding everyone what they already know. Thunder are by far the best team in this league. They're one of 4 teams in league history to have opened a season by winning 20 of their first 21 games. They've won 12 in a row now by an average of 15.5 points per game. Their defensive rating per Hollinger is by so far and away the best in the league, Andy. I feel comfortable saying right now on December 2nd, OKC, for the second straight season is going to finish number 1 in defensive rating by a wide margin. Now, as great as Oklahoma City is, the point spread can and usually is the great equalizer. Worth noting, Thunder have failed to cover the spread in 3 straight coming into tonight. They've also failed to cover 6 of their last 8 overall. Here, as you mentioned, they're being asked to lay double digits on the road against a Golden State team that will not have Steph Curry. These teams last met on November 11th. That was a Tuesday. And yes, I did go back in the archives because I thought I broke that game down here on WagerTalk today. I did. I said to back OKC 3 weeks ago. They were at home for that particular matchup. Sure enough, they ended up winning 126-102 and easily covered the 8.5 point spread. Bigger number here, and they're on the road. But I see OKC covering again. Golden State has been no great shakes themselves at the betting window as of late. 1-5 against the number their last 6. And no Curry is obviously huge. No Al Horford either for the Warriors. He missed the last meeting. I just don't see how the Warriors score, Andy, here. Remember, I talked about the Thunder's outstanding defensive rating earlier. They did not have Jalen Williams for the first 19 games, including the first meeting with the Warriors. And I'm going to add one more angle for you. If you look at this number and say, I don't want to lay that many points on the road. I don't care that Curry's out. Well, consider betting Golden State under its team total of 105.5, guys. Already mentioned earlier, with Curry, the Warriors were held to 102 by OKC 3 weeks ago against New Orleans on Saturday. New Orleans is a very bad basketball team. Golden State won that game. It was their first game without Curry. The Warriors did win, but scored only 104. Honestly, as I kind of speak those words into existence, that team total under is probably the best way to play this.
Have to agree with you on that one. There is some chat in the live chat about line moves in the NBA. And guys, you got to be careful about these line moves. They're very easy to move lines before you get to the finalized lineups later on in the day. like Teddy has talked about numerous times, you'll drive yourself crazy trying to chase line movement in NBA. These lines just move up and down. It's really easy to move it a couple points. So don't worry about a line move early in the day.
Rob Vino on Full Court Press this morning had a really good point that he had been talking to someone years ago that, if you get so preoccupied with line movement, you're going to become a 50-50 bettor and lose on the VIG. So, and I thought that was well stated by Rob.
Yeah. It doesn't take a lot to move lines this early in the day. Mm-hmm. So, you just be really careful if you're concentrating that much on it. So, all right, let's move to college basketball here. Florida versus Duke. I don't know much about these teams, but looks like Duke is going to come in here at the favorite, 8.5 over under 156.5. How do you break down Florida and Duke?
Yeah, on a more positive note, I like Mark Martin's comments in the chat. Thank you, Mark. That was very nice of you to say. Let's talk about Florida and Duke here. Real quick plug. I mentioned Full Court Press a minute ago. Every Monday through Friday, we are live here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, 10 a.m. Eastern. Myself, Adam Trigger, Rob Vino, breaking down the entire college basketball card for the day. We touch on all the big games, such as this one, Duke and Florida. Some under-the-radar matchups as well. Dare I say, you will not find another show on the entire internet that goes as deep into college hoops on a daily basis than Full Court Press. And those of you who have been watching Full Court Press regularly already know I have not been that high on this Florida team this year. Defending national champs are just 1-6 against the number. They've suffered 2 straight-up losses as well. Season opener versus Arizona. And then, more surprising, they lose as an 11.5-point favorite to TCU in an MTE last week. Gators have since bounced back. They did beat Providence to close out that MTE in San Diego. That's a multi-team event for those keeping score at home. But I still question this new backcourt mix for the Gators. You got 2 transfers, Lee from Princeton, Flan from Arkansas. And we talked about this on the first week of Full Court Press. We thought those 2 would not mesh all that well. Okay, Florida could rely on Walter Clayton in their backcourt this year. This backcourt right now on December 2nd has not been that good. It's let the team down. Now, the Florida front court is outstanding. Ken Palm has them with the 8th highest offensive rebounding rate in the country. It's a clear strength there. But where the Gators do struggle, guys, is from behind the arc. They're shooting just 27.7% from 3. Is that number going to improve in their first true road game at Cameron Indoor, of all places? Probably not. So I think the key to this game is whether or not Florida's size on the interior can contain Duke standout freshman Cameron Boozer. Will foul trouble be an issue for the Gators here? I think that's another question we've got to consider. Spreads up to 8.5. My view is what you're going to see here. We talk about line movement. The line may continue to go up. I think some sharper groups are going to wait and see how high this number gets and take the points. I'm going to advise you to not do that. My power ratings say the current spread is a few points short of where the number should be. So I would bet Duke sooner rather than later. Duke is just a much better basketball team than Florida right here in early December.
College basketball, I know it's early this season. Any teams that are surprising, teams that look way above everybody else, teams that are disappointing? What are you seeing so far earlier in the season, if anything?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of, early on, there were some teams that, were just, I think things have kind of evened out. Look, my top 16, the order changes a little bit, but my top 16 in the power ratings are the same top 16 in the Ken Palm ratings. Teams that have fallen way short of the mark. We actually talked about buy low, sell high spots today on Full Court Press. You've got a Loyola Chicago team that's 0-8 against the number. No team, I've not downgraded any team in the country more than the Ramblers, RIP Sister Jean. I think, I don't know, they just, I guess they're still in mourning out in Loyola Chicago. It's not gone well. Oregon has been a disaster at 0-7 against the spread. The one team that continues to impress from a point spread perspective is UC San Diego. They're in action, and they're undefeated, 6-0 against the spread, and a dog tonight at Nevada. That's an interesting spot. So if you guys want to check out, we did a whole segment actually on buy low, sell high on Full Court Press today. People can check that on the archives if you missed it live.
That's like the most valuable information you're going to get. Like free picks and breakdowns is great, but when you can give people their own information about, hey, these are the teams that are underachieving, look for regression. These are the teams that are overachieving, look for regression. That's the most valuable things that we can do on these videos. So make sure you guys are checking out Full Court Press. That way you get all that information. It helps out with your own bets as well. So when is that show again, Brian?
10 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. So yeah, every 10 a.m. Eastern, Monday through. I will be off on Thursday because I'm doing the Blitz on Thursday, and I pleaded with Trig. I said, Trig, 2 hours of live stuff it's kind of taken a little bit out of me during this time during the holidays. So I apologize. I will be off Full Court Press on Thursday this week, but we've got the Blitz, Ross Benjamin, Ralph Michaels, and myself. That is live immediately following you, Andy, on Thursday. We're going to be breaking down Conference Championship Saturday. What a odd Conference Championship Saturday, as some of these conferences need to redo how they do tiebreakers, in my opinion.
Well, it's going to be a party here where I live, man. IU versus Ohio State.
I know.
Oh,
#1.
my gosh.
I know. The only thing that sucks is it's like I feel for a #1 versus #2 game, the stakes are kind of low because unless if it's a blowout, both of them are getting buys into the playoff. But yeah.
Let me ask you about this because, so first off, one of my best friends, he's diehard Ohio State. So he and I have been friends for like decades since we got out of college. We've never had a football rivalry. I went to IU. He went to Ohio State. Now all of a sudden it's serious, and now he's all of a sudden really standoffish and doesn't want to talk buddy about football. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He is very defensive about football now. But we were trying to figure out, is this going to be a great game, or is this going to be, you got two teams that are going to the playoffs. Do they want to show anything? Do they just run very vanilla schemes, and this turns out to be not that great of a game? What do you do if you're these two? I'm fascinated.
I'm trying to figure that out myself. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out myself. I'll be honest. I actually show a little bit of value. I did at the opening number on the dog there on Indiana. We've seen some money come in on the Hoosiers as well. Look, Ohio State, we all understand this, and I don't think anyone can fault Ryan Day. He understands college football. It's not a 12-game season anymore. It's a 16-game season. They won the national championship last year, so they played the full 16 games. There's been load management, and I don't. And for the, it's funny. Everyone's like, "Oh, Ohio State hasn't really shown me much yet." Well, they cover the spread in every game except the one against Purdue, where they were favored by 10 billion points. So. The number was a little lower than 10 billion, but you get the drift. It was a large number against Purdue. So, Ohio State, you really can't complain what they do. And then Indiana, Andy, your side, I can't fault, at the same time, Cignetti should be loud. They're the new kid on the block. It's funny you talk about how this has not been a rivalry, Ohio State and Indiana. I can't remember how long. I don't know. You guys don't want to wait for me to leaf through the Phil Steele book. I'm sure it has the answer. But the last 10 times these teams have met, Ohio State and Indiana, Ohio State's been a double-digit favorite every time, including last year. That was Indiana's kind of first big test on the national scene, right? They started out strong. They failed. We'll see. This is a better Indiana team this year with Mendoza. So we shall see about what happens. I have not made up my mind yet how I'm betting that game. I'm assuming I am going to have a play on it, though.
Yeah, playing the opposing team of Ohio State, just playing their team total under, it's just been printing tickets. This is just one of the best defenses I've ever seen.
They play slow. That's the other thing with the load management in terms of snap. In terms of how long they're taking to snap the ball. No team in the country was playing slower in terms of pace than the Buckeyes.
I wonder if that's a big thing that happens this weekend. Like, let's not kill our guys. Let's not run them into the ground. Let's take some time off the clock. So should be a great game. Brian, what do you have up for $5 Tuesday?
Yeah, $5. Look, I will be joining the $5 parade as soon as I am done here. So in just a matter of minutes, I'll be putting up a basketball play for $5. I do already have up a 5% play on my page, wt.buzz/BP. That is for the Thursday night game in the NFL. We're coming off a nice 5% winner on Sunday, Andy, in the NFL. Rams, Panthers over. I think that was one of my probably better bets of the whole season. I'm notoriously pessimistic watching games, but even I was struggling to find reasons to be we just needed one touchdown in the second half. And I said, guys, I think we're going to do that. And we did. It cashed early in the second half. Very happy about that. Had the Commanders on Sunday night as well. That was a sweat. God, I was convulsing in bed trying to not wake up my wife as I'm like, I wanted to bet my life savings that Denver was going to score a touchdown on that first possession in overtime. I've never been so sure of anything in my life. Then and I'm like, God, please, just come down, score, go for two and miss it, and then let's go home. So did lose. Let's mention this. I know someone in the chat said, oh, well, why don't you mention? I did have the Giants last night. What an abysmal start to the game that was for the G-men. But did get a little bit back, Andy, in the NBA, where we're on a 14-2 run going back to last year's epic playoff run. Utah Jazz, first half, plus the points. Did not need the points in what was an outright upset of the Houston Rockets. So I think that covers a lot. We're 7-2-1 in the NFL. Oh, by the way, sides and totals last 3 weeks.
Nice. The first possession of overtime is so unfair to the defense. Like it's so unfair. They're tired, and now all of a sudden they got to go right back out on the field to play.
Well, there was an argument. The announcer, Collinsworth and right, that's the game. Yeah, Collinsworth and Tirico were bringing up a point that if you were Washington, that Denver defense was so gassed after that last drive to tie the game. There was probably an while strategically. There's the argument, oh, wait, see what your offense needs to do, that's a strategic advantage. But they were making the case, and I didn't disagree, that Denver's defense was so gassed, Washington probably should have taken the ball first.
I agree. Just try ride that tired defense out. So, all right, Brian, great stuff. $5 plays going up in just a bit. Thank you very much. Great segments. And Brian breaks down all of these college basketball games on Full Court Press and the Blitz on Thursday. Brian, thank you very much. Good luck on $5 Tuesday. We'll see you next week.
See you, Andy.
All right, guys, we are going to do all around the world and the double NBA games breakdown after we talk to Lawrence. But we got to bring in Prez. We got to talk some NFL. We got to talk some NHL. There he is. Happy Tuesday. How are you?
I'm awesome, Andy. Thanks for having me, man. Listening to the show, Brian's so good. Really, over and under on how many plaid shirts Brian actually owns.
Oh, what a great
12 and a half.
Oh, you were going way high. I was going to say like 6.5.
I'll take the over.
Take the over 6.5.
I'll take the over 6.5.
I got to tell you, Lawrence, your beard looking great.
Yeah, so
really good.
So I was noticing my beard, and Jeff Ulbridge, is that his name? Defensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons and ex-intern head coach for the New York Jets from last year. Remember him?
Okay.
I feel like I look like him, and he's pretty ugly, so that kind of sucks, but I think I look like him, dude.
I've been told if I put on a headset and a hat and an Ohio State shirt, I basically look like Ryan Day. I basically could.
You know who you look like, coach, and I'm not allowed to tell anyone.
It's all right.
I've been banned from telling people who you look like.
I get more, the older I get, the more and more people apparently I look like. It's Jeff Saturday. It's Ryan Day.
It's Jeff Saturday, bro.
It's Jeff Saturday.
Yeah, we know it. Everybody knows it.
All right.
Yeah, everybody knows it. So you want to talk some Bear Packers with me, hey?
Well, yeah, little promo. We were going to talk about the Thursday night game, but you have a big best bet up in that game. So
yeah, so I have... Yeah, UC Panda, twice in about an hour. We could make it a triple if you want to watch the best betting show ever. It'll be up very, very soon. And we're working on a live, a 1 day every blue moon live version of that. We'll talk about it later. But yeah, I got my first ever 5% NFL parlay ever. I have never released a 5% parlay bet in my entire life. This is my favorite parlay ever, and it's plus money. The first leg is on Thursday. This is a plus money parlay. You guys can get it for half price. Andy, what do you think the promo code is for my half price?
I hope it's HAF 50 or something.
I should have done. It's half price. HALF. Remember, there is an L. Half price is the promo code. So head over and grab that. It's my first ever 5% NFL parlay. I'm over 64% in parlay bets since January of 2024. I am 11-7 in NFL this year, and it is a plus money parlay? Thank you for asking, bro.
All right. Well, since we're not going to talk about that game, we don't want you to spoil your best bet. But it's a great weekend of games. I mean, this is make or break weekend here. Let's talk Bears, Packers, Chiefs, Texans. Let's start with Bears, Packers here. Listen, you can only play who they put in front of you, and Chicago has done their job, which is beat the teams that they put in front.
Yep.
I think this has been a really spectacular coaching season where you're kind of rebuilding, but you're getting the most out of it. And I got to tell you, don't look now. This Chicago Bears running offense is terrifying going into the playoffs. They have 2 legit running backs. Their offensive line has improved a lot. Caleb Williams isn't making the big mistakes. This is the team that has kind of the recipe for playoff success. I've enjoyed watching them get better. You got Green Bay still as a minus 6.5 point favorite. To me, give me those Bears points all day long. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, and I agree with you, Andy. So let's start there. Firstly, 79% of the tickets written right now are on the Chicago Bears, and 69% of the money is on the Chicago Bears. Yet the line hasn't changed. So we do need to be careful because obviously there's some substantial, and I don't want to say money, but just some well-respected individuals that are betting Green Bay right now. I'm with you, Andy. I think the play is the Bears. And this is a very interesting spot for the Green Bay Packers because one would say, well, is this a bad spot for them? They just played Detroit on Thanksgiving in what was an absolute must-win game for Green Bay. And now they're in a must-win game the next week against the Chicago Bears. I think it's a better spot for Chicago than it is for Green Bay. And what I got to look at this game is, can the Bears win this game? Well, why the hell not? They went into Philadelphia and beat Philadelphia handily, Andy. I mean, handily. They ended up winning 24-15. And it's not like Green Bay has been lights out this year. Yeah, 3-game win streak. 2 of those games were against Minnesota and the New York Giants. And the last game against Detroit basically came down to who converted 4th downs. Green Bay converted 2. Detroit missed 2. That was the difference of the game. This Green Bay Packers team has lost at home to Carolina, has lost on the road to Cleveland. Now, I do think they're a better team than Chicago. And I think that there is a fair chance they win both of these games against Chicago. With that said, it's just too many points. I mean, this game has field goal written all over it. I would not be blown away if Chicago won. And the other thing, Andy, is what you said. The run game coming out of Chicago right now has changed everything. And not only that, but it's helped the passing game. It's created space. It also slows the game down. It keeps their defense off the field and nice and fresh. It keeps their opponent's offense from getting into sync. I agree with you, Andy. I will take the 9-3 Chicago Bears plus the 6.5. And I think this game is a field goal game. Also, I want to shout out Whitney Murray. Whitney, lots of love to you. I don't know who you are, but I love you and I appreciate you. Shout out to Whitney Murray, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Bears team, number 2 on the season now, 153.8 yards rushing per game. Last 3 games, 173. They're just getting better.
And Andy, you mentioned the coaching. Ben Johnson is outstanding. I was talking to a hardcore Detroit Lions fan on Saturday night, and I asked them, did you keep the wrong coach? And that is how good Ben Johnson is. I think they might have mucked up in Detroit, brother.
They could have. Those coordinators were going to go somewhere, but there wasn't a whole lot you could do. But yeah,
no, you could just get rid of Dan Campbell and make Ben Johnson your head coach.
Promote him up. Oh, yeah.
I mean, impossible to do there.
Impossible. Impossible.
Colin Gregory writes, Bears playing with house money at this point. Andy, can we hijack the show and talk about house money for a quick sec?
Sure.
There's no such thing. What the hell is house money? So, Andy, if I win $100 betting sports, is that $100 house money or is it my money? Did I earn it? Is it banked?
I know where you're going with this. I'm on the fence about this, whether it's house, but when does it start becoming your money and not
the second they give it to you? This is the most black and white thing in the whole world. The minute you're handed money, it's yours and no longer theirs. And it is honestly one of the biggest problems in the world of sports betting. How many guys go to a blackjack table, turn 100 into 300, and don't walk away? How many people make bets on Sunday at 1 p.m., have a great first round of games, are now playing with house money, so they make extra bets at 4 and lose all their money?
I'm with you.
Andy, I pay you. I'm one of the owners of WagerTalk. You're a worker. I pay you. After I pay you, is it my money?
I get what you're saying. I do. I get what you're saying.
This is the most black and white thing in the whole world. Do not ever assume that money that's yours is someone else's.
It's a great quote. I like that. Don't ever pretend that your money is somebody else's. All right. Let's talk about Chiefs and Texans. Here's a Chiefs team that's not playing with house money. They may not be playing with very much money at this point if they lose this game. 6-6 yet. You know, the line is still operating like this is the Kansas City Chiefs team of old. They're -3.5 over under a 42. I mean, this Chiefs schedule it's so hard. It's just week after week, primetime game, brutal matchup, and yet they're still favorites here even though they're 500. Do you think the Texans can put the nail in the coffin here on the Chiefs season?
Eddie, can we, I'm going to talk about this game and the Indianapolis Colts Jacksonville game all at the same time.
Okay.
So, Jacksonville has won 3 in a row, 4 of 5. Indianapolis has lost a bunch in a row, 3 of 4 as well. Houston has won 4 straight games. Kansas City has lost 3 of their last 4. Both Houston and Jacksonville have basically been given this by the bookmakers and general public. Yes, Andy, you saw that right. This. I mean, how insulting is it to both of those teams that they are coming into these games as dogs? So with that said, bet both Houston and Jacksonville this coming Sunday. These are 2 extremely disrespected teams right now. And in regards to this KC team, you can't lose to Dallas in a situation like that. This Dallas team is nowhere near as good as everybody thinks it is. And this team can't get out of its own way. They lost to Denver. They lost to Buffalo. I think Houston is coming in feeling good about themselves. And Andy, like we saw with the New England Patriots dynasty, I think that teams want desperately to beat Kansas City. So when they are wounded and they are down, I think the teams playing against them are going to play the best games they can play. Kansas City's going to be good for many years to come, just like what we saw with the New England Patriots. I think this is a field goal game, brother. I don't think I'm going to get to the window on this game, but I got to look to take the points here. And if you can get a hook, Houston plus 3.5, this is for sure a bet for me. I also like the under in this game, Andy, and I know it's low at 41.5, but man, this Houston defense is just exceptional. They held Indianapolis to 16, Buffalo to 19, Tennessee to 13, Denver to 18, San Fran to 15, Baltimore to 10, Tennessee to 0. I mean, look at these numbers, Andy. In their last 9 games, 0, 10, 15, 18, 13, 19, 16. 2 games went over 20 in their last 7. So let's take the dog and the under. What do you think about Indianapolis, Andy? I'm sorry to hijack your show, given that you're live in Indianapolis. Yeah, how are the Colts favored here?
Well, they shouldn't be. The fact is our quarterback has a broken leg.
Yeah.
I mean,
but not only that, they're still the Colts. It's not like they've changed their entire team from last year.
Well, here's the thing. They started off strong. They were healthy. And on Thursday, it turns out Daniel Jones is playing on a broken fibula, and then Sauce Gardner gets hurt on the first play of the game. Yeah. So you can make all the X's and O's arguments you want, but it's a league that comes down to health. And when your quarterback cannot move laterally, and he's a mobile quarterback, it's a problem. And then when you have your best cover guy get hurt, and now it's a calf. Thank God it wasn't an Achilles injury. I thought it was Achilles right off the bat. It's a calf strain, but we know what those lead to. They're the team that's coming down.
Sauce Gardner out for this game is a big deal.
Yeah. It's bad timing for the Colts. The injury bug is going to get him, and these are 2 injuries that just aren't going to heal in time for a playoff run, I fear. So, I mean, you can't just rest a broken leg for 1 week and be fine. And Gardner's got this calf injury. That's a month at least. So, and then you got to decide, do we really want to put him out there and risk what happened to Tyrese Halliburton? So,
we talked a lot of NFL today, brother.
Of course. Well, let's talk a little NHL. You got Lightning versus Islanders. What do we know about these 2 teams, and where are you going with this game?
Yeah, well, so I actually spoke about this game on the best betting show ever. I don't love the spot with Tampa Bay here, Andy. I mean, look, I think this is one of the best teams in hockey, and I've been saying that all year. This team has won 6 straight games, but they just beat the New York Rangers 4-1, and they are holding teams down. The bottom line here is this is their 3rd game on a road trip, which is not the best game for teams to win normally. And they're playing a New York Islanders team that has lost 3 straight. And I think this New York Islanders team is better than what we anticipated coming into the season. I think that at plus 120, 125, 130, the value is on the New York Islanders here, Andy. And I do like the unders. So both the Islanders and the under for me in this game.
All right. I've been liking Brandon Hagel over shots on goal props. It's been priced pretty fair.
So, Andy, on that shots, be careful, okay? Because if you take a look, the New York Islanders allowed Washington 18 shots on goal. Philadelphia, 21. Boston put up 14 shots on goal. Seattle, 19. St. Louis, 22. This is one of the lowest shots on goal teams in the league, the New York Islanders. So be careful here, and it's a bad spot for the Tampa Bay Lightning. I'm not loving your Hagel shot prop.
Oh, I was just saying it's been good up until this point. It's 6 in a row, which means it's due for an under. So under might be the way to play it and then get back to it once it goes under. Lawrence, it's $5 Tuesday. What do you have up for everyone?
I got one NHL play up, $5. You guys can head over and get that. That's a 3% play. I'm on a 15-6 run in those. I'm a 63% on the season in my 3% NHL plays. And literally since the 3rd week of the NHL season, I have been rolling. I also have an NBA and college basketball play up for my clients. Don't tell anyone, Andy, but I illegally combined them in a package for $5. I know I'm not supposed to do that, so I wrote it as buy an NBA play and get a bonus college basketball play. Don't tell anyone. So for $5, you can get both my basketball plays. And dude, I am destroying the books in both college and NBA. My NBA is up profit. My college hoops 13-5 run, and I'm up profit in college basketball, 21-11 hoops run. So yeah, crushing it in hoops. Speaking of crushing it, Jay Crush writes, Prez, no best betting show ever today. Of course there's a best betting show ever today. It will be up live in about 10 minutes. Not live. It'll be on our YouTube channel, WagerTalk TV, in about 10 minutes. And although I do not have official word yet, I am hoping to have our first ever live show, the best betting show ever live, at 1 p.m. following you, Andy, Friday, December 19th, but I do not have full confirmation of that yet.
I love it. I love it. Excited. Let's try and make that happen. Anything I can do to help, let me know. Lawrence Presman, $5 Tuesday. Grab his plate. Thank you, Lawrence.
Thanks, brother. Be good, everyone. Take care of yourselves.
All right, he's one of the best. If we get some more likes here, give us an algorithm boost here. We're going to go into some free plays all around the world, and then I'm going to break down a couple of NBA games before we get out here. But again, it's $5 Tuesday. I have my NBA best prop of the day. Sneakily attached another one to there. So you got 2 plays for $5 up there. And again, we have a cricket play that's live right now. We're looking pretty good here. We're minus 8,000 to win it live. When that play is over, there will be a 4% best bet that is up. It's very juicy. You got to have pretty big juice tolerance to play it. I will be going to a lot of kiosks today playing that play. So take that for what it's worth. All right, let's do all around the world here. We've got a big NBA slate of free plays here. So we're going to start with the Celtics, Knicks, and we're going to go Derek White under 18.5 points. He's just not been scoring a lot this season. Under in 4 out of the last 5 games. 68% unders this season, and he's dealing with a calf injury. He sat out last game. I don't like these calf injuries. They're terrifying, and the Knicks are 5th in points allowed this season. So Derek White under 18.5 points. All right, this play comes from Jeff Michaels off of the WagerTalk free picks page. This is an insane stat. We're fading the 76ers. The 76ers are 1-16 ATS as a home favorite. Their largest margin of victory is 10 points in these games. The Wizards have covered 3 straight games as underdogs of 9 or more points. So Wizards plus 13.5. Is this terrifying? Yes, but that trend is absolutely insane. 76ers, 1-16 ATS as a home favorite again. That comes from Jeff Michaels off of the free picks page over at WagerTalk. Then the GoldSheet has a player prop in the Raptors. Blazers, Emmanuel quickly over 17.5 points. Portland allows most points to opposing point guards. Quickly averaged 17 points in November, and the last 2 games with RJ Barrett out of the lineup, he scored 22 and 19 points. So we're going to look at Emmanuel quickly over 17.5 points tonight. All right, we're going to break down a couple of NBA games for tonight. We're going to start with the Timberwolves and Pelicans, and then we're going to break down the Grizzlies and the Spurs. We'll start with Timberwolves and Pelicans here. Timberwolves, 9.5 point favorites at the time of recording this. 232.5 is the total. Timberwolves, they're only 12-8 this season, and they've lost 3 straight road games. The last 10 games, they're 16th in offensive efficiency, but 3rd in defense, 15th in pace. My worry with Minnesota a little bit long-term is, are they just too Anthony Edwards dependent and reliant? He scored 31+ in 5 straight games, and I know that's a great thing, but too much wear and tear. Is the ball moving a lot? Do they need to get more guys involved? It's my worry with the Timberwolves here. Meanwhile, the Pelicans. Oh, the Pelicans. They're 3-18 this season. They've lost 12 out of 13 games. The last 10 games are 26th in offense and 24th in defense. Zion, I sadly am looking to be right about this. I thought his NBA career was going to be a real struggle, and it's just not gone well. This year, career low in points, career low in rebounds, career low in field goal percentage. They do not have their first-round pick next year. The good news long-term is it looks like they hit with Jeremiah Fears and Queen, but that's for long-term. So what do we expect in tonight's game with this big total of -9.5, -10.5, and the Pelicans at home here with a total of 232.5? I'm actually going to do a same game parlay here for everybody. Plus money, plus 136. We're going to take the Timberwolves money line. I don't trust them to win at margin, but I do think they're just a much better team than this Pelicans team who's only won 3. So I'm going to start with the Timberwolves money line. I'm going to take Anthony Edwards 3+ made threes. The last 5 games, he's attempting 10 threes per game. He's shooting 50%, and the Pelicans give up the 30th most threes this season. And then I'm going to zigzag here a little bit. I'm going to take the Pelicans over 108.5 on their adjusted team total alt line. The last 3 road games, the Wolves have given up 113, 117, and 114. And home games that Zion has played this season, the Pelicans have scored 128 in overtime, 143, 118, and 120 in overtime. So Timberwolves money line, Anthony Edwards, 3+ made threes, and the Pelicans over their alt team total of 108.5. We move on to the Spurs and the Grizzlies. Sneaky game here. We got the Spurs -5, -5.5 with the over-under at 231.5. This game breakdown is pretty quick here. Grizzlies are 5-2 the last 7 games when Ja Morant went out. We talked about this addition by subtraction. However, it's not against great competition, but they are winning games. In those 7 games, 10th in offense, 6th in defense. The Spurs, they're 5-2 the last 7 games with Wemby out of the lineup. The Spurs are 6th in offense. Now, they're only 20th in defense, but they had to play the Wolves, Nuggets, Blazers, and Hawks. Those are some high-scoring teams. I'll tell you why I like the under. I like the defense these two teams are playing. The last 5 road games, the Grizzlies are 4-1 to the under, and these teams played without Wemby and Ja Morant in the lineups on November 18th. Final score was 111-101. I watched that game, and it was a very, very slow-paced game on one side of the court. So when they get into the half court, they run a lot of clock on these possessions. So give me the under on this one. If we're looking for a player prop, take a look at Luke Cornett, under 17.5 points, rebounds, and assists. He's not involved with Wemby out of the lineup. He's gone under in 5 out of the last 6 games. He only had 7 PRA against Memphis. I watched that game. He basically face guarded Edey the entire game. And when Edey went out of the lineup, so did Cornett. When Edey came in, Cornett came in with him. That was his job to defend Edey. He wasn't getting a whole lot of stats. So take a look at Luke Cornett, under 17.5 points, rebounds, and assists. And it is $5 Tuesday up at WagerTalk. I have a $5 NBA best bet that is up. I've attached another free play with that. So if you want 2 NBA props for the price of 1, go grab that. You can get there with the shortcut wt.buzz/AL. Let's cash on $5 Tuesday. And remember, you can get as many $5 plays as you feel comfortable with. We want you to bet responsibly. Try out some new handicappers. Try out your favorite handicapper. For myself and for clients, we're in play for $5 on our NBA best prop on the board. All right, great show. RJ says they're using him different. New location for Zion saves his career. They're going to have to use him different. Yeah, it's too much wear and tear on his body. He's carrying too much weight. I like Zion. I hate what's happened to him in his career. I hope he's revitalized, but it's going to take a big change. I'm rooting for him, but he just went to a bad organization who doesn't know how to develop him. And so many times in these major sports, where you go is almost as important as the talent. So hopefully they develop him and he flourishes the older he gets, but it's definitely an uphill battle. So, all right, guys, thank you so much for joining us. It's good to be back in the studio. Good to be back with you guys. And thank you so much. Congratulations, Natural 8, for the free 3-day pass. And again, put in the comments section right after the show whether you agree with Jesse's take on Texas Tech will they cover, or whether you agree with me that BYU will cover. Put your WagerTalk username in the comments section with Andy or Jesse, which side you agree on. Whoever wins, we'll go and pick one of the winners, and you'll win a free 3-day pass. Really like these bets that we're doing, and thank you so much, guys. Let's have a big $5 Tuesday. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, with another big show. Good luck on your bets tonight. Take care.
Hola.
Welcome in to the opening line report. Kelly Stewart here with Teddy Covers, as we are every single Monday, going over that NFL slate with you guys. Teddy, we're going to get into it right away. We got lots to cover today. I've got my flashing light ready in case we have any of those emergency betting alerts. Shout out to you, by the way. If you guys were paying attention last week, Teddy said, if you like the Colts, now is the time to get them 3 and the hook. And that was a difference maker there yesterday for Colts backers versus Kansas City backers. That's what we want to do here, right, Teddy? Is get you that early information, tell you where we think the line is going to go. And if you like a side or a total, you should be getting on it now or possibly even waiting.
Yeah, the whole point of the emergency betting alert is not saying, oh, you have to bet this game. It's not saying I've got a big opinion about this game. It's saying this line is moving. If you want to get the best of the number, grab it right now.
Hola.
Welcome in to KIV and Crack. Crack and I will not be talking about recreational drug use on the show. Crack, you guys went a little viral last week. I saw it on Sunday. I text JH. I said, I don't know how I missed this, but there was kind of a viral clip of you and Alan Boston on your new show. And I thought, oh God, YouTube is going to have a heyday. And he said, nah, it's fine. He doesn't have any in the house.
You know, I was going to put that clip up there because it was kind of funny too. Alan could say anything. I just, he's got like a beautiful mind. This guy, Penn grad, genius, but unfiltered and some social sometimes.
Well, I think the kids don't really know who Alan Boston is. I mean, I'm barely old enough to know who he is. Can you kind of let everybody maybe know? Like you said, he went to Penn. I had no idea he went to Penn.
Yeah. Alan is one of the premier guys in college basketball. He worked for Billy Walters for 11 years. And not only that, he's made money, 34, I think he said 34 out of 36 years, he's made money in college basketball. Yet he has no money, no real money. He's got like a $10,000 bankroll. And I'm not saying that's not real money. That's real money, but.
No, but that's very surprising to hear.
For a guy that made millions and millions and millions, he has no real money. So he depends on other people to that bet for him, which, by the way, some of the genius minds in the world have no money but have great information. So the reasons why, he admits it. He doesn't care. He tells people, listen, I'm a DJ. I love to play slot machines. I love to play. I love the casino. He lives by Foxwoods. I love to play different things like baseball and tennis. And last week's episode, he admitted all that. But again, he's having a great year this year, winning this year again. Had a good week last week. But yet, he can't control other vices. By the way, this is the same for many people in many areas. And you could just say like me, all right, Bill Krackomberger, I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't do drugs. I've never done, I like to have a clean, fresh.
I think I've ever seen you drink like half of a margarita, and that's because I kind of guilted you into it.
Yeah, that's the last time I drank when Kelly got me drunk 10 years ago.
Drunk? No.
But yet I don't have those yet, but I like to go out to eat. So everyone has a vice. Everyone has something, Alan, just so happens I did not expect that, though, Cal. I wouldn't have asked that on the show. I wouldn't have.
No, listen, I get it. It was just a funny clip that I saw a bunch of people I don't follow. It just happened to kind of be a little viral, every once in a while, and on sports betting X, if you'll call it that. Something gets picked, and then it just goes a little crazy for the 24-hour news cycle.
Kel, what's funny? I have a clip of that where he says that, and I was going to put it on Twitter, and I was saying, what, people are going to think I'm trying. I don't know if I don't want people to think that I'm, saying it's okay to do drugs. So I didn't do it. I may do it though, because my answer when he said, I said, Alan, you're clean now. You don't do any coke or anything. And he said, yeah, I do. I don't have it, but
well, I appreciate. Listen, here's the thing we sometimes don't have in this industry is transparency and honesty. And the way that it flowed so freely off his tongue tells me that he's an honest and transparent person.
He doesn't care about anything. Then we went into the opioids. He doesn't do them. But I said, Alan, when your opioids though, wouldn't it be hard? He goes, no, I can't lose doing it. He says, I can't lose if I'm on opioids. So then I jokingly said, well,
I think Adderall is definitely a well-versed drug in the sports betting community.
I said, I'm going to finance all that, Alan, in the future. But yeah, so that was a great podcast. I got a lot of people that said a lot of things. I don't know how I'm going to keep up that energy every week with Alan, but we're going to try. So every week he's just going to be like an unscripted show, and just talk about, we try to get 30 minutes, but I let him talk on the show. I ask a small question, or I just go and just let him ramble on. And you're talking about one of the genius minds that's been around with Stu Unger, that's been around with all the full tilt guys. He had stories from Alan's going to be 70 years old. He had stories with these other.
He's going to be 70 years old.
68, I think. He's 67.
He is jacked.
Oh no, he doesn't. Yeah, Alan has no. He's a gym rat. He's in the gym every day, and he's in great shape. This week I'm going to ask him a question he doesn't know yet. So Alan got jumped outside the Riviera and hit over the head, and he was going in to do a show with Jimmy Vaccaro, and he got jumped, and I never asked him about it on the air, and I'm going to ask him about it. What happened? Sometimes Alan, he'll get into arguments with people, so I don't really know what happened there outside, but I'm going to ask him about it though. And he's fine. I can ask him anything. He goes, just ask me anything. I like Alan says something when I'm on interviews. I like that. I've been saying that for years. Don't give me any prepared questions, please. Just ask me. If I don't want to answer it, I'll lead you in a different direction. You don't even know I didn't answer the question you asked me. So don't worry. Just
that's what this show is. This is like crack unfiltered, if you will.
Yeah, I don't care what I'm asked. I'll answer it and go in that direction. If I don't like it, I'll take you away from it. So, but yeah, so Alan is like I said, he's a beautiful mind. People really should watch that show. We did 2 episodes, and you can learn about Alan and learn about some of the things that the trials and tribulations he's had in his life. I want to tell you something. So I was betting college basketball for Alan a few years back. He has a big backer. He does some big things now, but we won like 75 units that season, and all he did was complain how unlucky he was. I was like, Alan,
did he just not have bounces go his way? Because sometimes the gambling mind only remembers the bad.
The end game, which is the last 3 minutes of the game, 2 minutes of the game, we won about 20%, 25% of the games, and that's what just he remembered. But we had a great season. I had a nice 6-figure season. Alan had a nice season for himself. And anyway, it's great to get him to talk, because most shows, Kel, I had him on VSiN with me for a couple weeks. He curses, and that's on Sirius, so he curses. You and him would be a great pair together.
They have to have the button ready to go for me and Alan.
Yeah. So anyway.
That's awesome. I happened to just catch it. I wasn't even told we were doing this show. I feel like that's kind of part of my job description.
I just did it spontaneously without anyone knowing.
I think it's great.
I said, JH, can you tape a show with Alan Boston? I don't think he probably didn't even know.
Oh, John Hoagland definitely knows who Alan Boston is. I'm telling you, I think a lot of people know the name because it is synonymous with Billy Walters. It is synonymous with college basketball. I had to bring it up just because I saw it go viral. I'm sitting there at breakfast with my dad going, holy shit, did we really put that on our channel? Am I going to get yelled at by Johnny Detroit? Johnny Detroit loved it.
Oh yeah, no, Johnny loved it. I even checked with Johnny to make sure we could show it. How about that? I said, John, listen, if you want us to cut out something, he goes, no way, don't cut anything out. So I didn't. Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of cutting things out, I was looking at some of the questions that people ask us every single week, and I do want to get to some of them today because you don't have anything for Monday Night Football, right?
Listen, just another game. It's on TV. I know everyone's got to have a bet on it. Possible later I have a prop on it. But, like I said something earlier. I said, there's sites like BetMGM, Caesars, the DraftKings FanDuel. You can bet futures on the team's over/under season wins. Still, you want to have some fun. Bet $5 or $10 on San Fran over/under or Carolina over/under. Have a little bit of sweat. I know you just want to bury yourselves betting NFL sides just because the game's on TV. Not the right thing to do.
It's okay. The game is I'm not betting this game because it's on TV. I'm betting it because I needed a 5th play in the Westgate Super Contest, and I took the Panthers +7 against the Niners, who can't seem to put together back-to-back wins. We'll see if they are able to do so tonight. All right, one of the questions that we got asked was by my buddy Marcus. He goes by King Captain Millionaire on Instagram, and he's wanted us to talk about action. And I looked and I go, oh my gosh, it has been 7 years since you and I filmed action. That is absolutely crazy. Hopefully all that work that they showed me having done has held up all right, so that so that I'm not looking 7 years older. It's fun. It was a good time. I remember I think we can talk about it now. Obviously we didn't really say it at the time, but Crack and I were friends. We knew each other through my girlfriend Blakely, and it was Cracks like, hey, I'm doing the show. I met them. They started following me around. They were following you around, and then they sent us the basically like the footage of here's the show a couple of weeks before it comes out on Showtime. And I don't remember if you called me or if I called you, but there was a lot of expletives said because of one guy in the show that we were completely blown away by. I don't remember if they told us he wouldn't be in the show or if it was implied he wouldn't be in the show, but you and I were not very happy that he was in the show.
Yeah, I forgot about that, Cal. I did call you, or we talked because I went in for a photo shoot, and I went in for a photo shoot that we're going to do a billboard and a photo shoot. And I don't know if you even know. I think you do know this. I didn't know Vegas Day was on the show.
I didn't either. I was in New York City going around. I was on Fox News. I was on CBS. I was on like 3 or 4 different shows, a bunch of radio like Mad Dog, Sirius XM. I was in New York City with my mother when you called, or I texted you and then you called. I can't remember because he was on the billboard in New York City. That's how I remember actually finding out now that you say that.
Yeah, I was so mad. I did not want to be on a billboard with Vegas Dave. And they must think I'm crazy. We did all those photos. I have a leather jacket and all these things. I remember the photo, and I was like, wait, who's this? Vegas Dave. I thought he wasn't on the show. I didn't even know. And then I think about it now. What a maniac I am. I actually called the showrunner, the director.
Oh, I know.
and they actually said, let's have a conference video. Back then, I think it was Skype. And like, who the F am I? I'm a guy on the show.
Okay, but let's back it up. I think the thing is I'm not trying to sit here and pretend to be all high and mighty, but no publicity is bad publicity. So you got me on the show, you've got you on the show, you've got all sorts of other guys, right? We had a bunch of other WagerTalk guys that they interviewed. There was they had Jimmy Vaccaro. I think even John Murray was on the show. They had guys at the Westgate, Jay Cornea. I mean, there were so many, I would say, faces of the industry on there saying good things, like how excited we are that PAPSA got repealed and so forth, that he was kind of like poised as the villain. But let's be real, he made a fuck ton of money off that show.
Definitely did. And even though he had losing plays, but when I had that Skype call, literally they put these pop-up things on the show. They put the pop-ups saying like what people were saying after he was loser. And they did that because of me. And they were actually very Crack, we're going to do this. What do you think about that? Like that. I think about it now. I had no right even saying anything. It was their show, but I was that pissed off, and they respected me that much that at least they showed him. But that didn't matter because he had the what was that kind of car? Rolls Royce SUV, and a broad on each arm down at the beach and in Mexico, where I just seen now that he's getting sued for $30 million. I seen last week, but and I'm bad. I don't really need to talk about it, but we brought it up. So
I really think that was just the one thing about the show that was like a negative for you and I. Overall, I thought it was a great experience. When we started filming, it was really fun to have somebody following you around. I'm not going to lie. I had like I'll call it like a pseudo meltdown before an NFL Sunday where I was just like, I just want to be left. I mean, it was like week 10 and I was like, I just want to be left alone for one day because it was, they want to go to the Westgate. They want to film you. They want to be there. They want to watch you cheering. They want to see you going for your bets. And it was just like, I think it was after Halloween actually, because I was hungover and I was just like not in the mood. I was like, nobody, I think maybe I got in a fight with Brett the night before. It was just not one of those, like, I just wanted to be left alone. And I never do this. And I was like, you guys, I can't do today. I cannot be on camera, full hair and makeup and pretend like I'm in a good mood.
Yeah, there was no pretending with me either. They filmed me like they filmed me. They asked me, oh, Crack, can you bring 100,000 to the counter? It's not what I do. Now, it just so happens there was a big opportunity there on New England, but which I bet like 30,000 or so. I don't remember what it was, but I don't do that though. First of all, you're betting on apps. So even back then, you're betting on apps. You don't go to the counter and carry money around town. That's not the way it is, but they wanted to portray it that way. That's the way it was. If they would have filmed it 10 years earlier, they might have got that. That's just not the way it was now with the betting apps. So overall, though, I'm tough on myself. So I watched the show once and didn't care for it. I watched it again during COVID, and I thought it was much better watching it a second time.
Okay.
It was much better, and they did portray the difference between a person like me, you, and then of course like a guy like Vegas Dave. They did portray the difference, but it doesn't matter. He's got the fancy car, and people's just, he's gonna get kids very gullible. They'll just, I want that. I gotta follow whatever he's doing. What he's doing is selling you bullshit. Is what he's doing. And I seen, anyone that's in the know can know by his odds service. He's going by the free Vegas insider odds, and I like this and I like that. It's by feel.
Yeah, he didn't even have a Don Best screen, which was like the premier screen, or even sports options back in the day. Like, I do remember seeing that and laughing, being like, oh, you're a professional and you don't even pay for an odd screen.
Oh, he's going by gut feel. I mean, home teams that are favorite, bet the money line on them and double up and quadruple up and 8X.
Crack, I will tell you a story, and you said we shouldn't disparage other people, but I got to tell the story because it just popped in my mind. He and I were friends, right? He would come to Hyde. I worked at a nightclub. This was shortly after I hit my first 3-team moneyline parlay for 85-1. And he would come in and get bottle service and, trying to hook up with some of the girls. But like, I was kind of like his friend, right? Like, I'd be like, oh, give Dave a buy one, get one. You know how that jazz goes on Tuesday. And then he'll bring in somebody that buys bottles. I think back then he was doing like mortgages, right? But he started betting sports. And it was one Saturday afternoon. And I want to say I had Michigan plus 7.5 and on the money line. And I want to say he had the other side. Now, I don't remember who it was, but I ended up hitting like a 40-1 3-team money line parlay. And he wigged out on me in the Westgate clubhouse so bad because it went to overtime. I want to say there was a missed point. There was some weird shit that happened. And again, this was like 2013, 2014. So I don't really remember, but I remember that day being like, wow, you're not a good person. And so like, I told them like when we were doing the show, hey, I cannot be associated with a scumbag like that, because here's the thing. I'm a sore loser, but when I lost last time in that clubhouse, I had the 49ers versus Kansas City and all my friends were in there. And I wanted to tell everybody to kiss my ass that was on the Chiefs. You know what I did? I walked out and I just went to my room and pouted by myself. Right. Like he was just such a sore loser to curse me out and say what a terrible gambler I am. And I'm like, buddy, you're laying minus $4 favorites. You're laying minus $12 favorites, here on the road in a conference game. And I'm the bad bettor. So that was just a kind of a side note. I remember I couldn't really think besides that he was kind of gross, why I didn't like him or want to be associated. And now that just kind of triggered an interesting memory.
Hey, let's get on to some good things.
Yeah.
You were on with Chris Mad Dog Russo before or no?
Yeah, a long time ago.
I was with him last week.
Yeah.
And, he's such a nice guy. I'll tell you what, he is such a good person. I really like Chris. I was with him. I went back to New York last week for my buddy's charity event. Chris is always really nice. All the boxing, a lot of the boxers, always so nice. Larry Holmes, Michael Moore. I'm friends with Michael Moore. I talk to him all the time. Yeah, he was the heavyweight champ, actually. Beat Evander Holyfield, then lost to George Foreman when George Foreman won the belt for the second time. It was a big thing. But yeah, so really, Tracy Morgan, what a nice guy. I really don't know comedians, but Tracy Morgan was involved in a bad car accident. He almost got killed. His friend got killed in the crash. He was in the back of a limo, a Walmart truck. Like I said, he just barreled into them. But Tracy Morgan was there. He was so nice. He was such a nice guy. Talking about that, he actually he broke down a little bit in tears about Teddy was talking about that Teddy Atlas was talking about what Tracy went through. But really nice guys. Raised a lot of money for charity. This is the 29th, and I've been there for 20 of them. I've raised a lot of money for the charity. I give away a room and a nice hotel, airfare, a meal, a show, and package it up. It's probably cost me less than $1,500, and it sells for $10,000 every year. Tony Danza bought it a couple of years ago. Real nice guy. Again, there's someone I totally missed in between. He did a show called Taxi, which is before me.
But come on, you surely saw it on Nick at Night. Even I remember watching Taxi.
Never seen an episode. You're older than me. I never seen an episode.
No, I was on when it came on the reruns at Nick at Night after I Love Lucy.
I heard it was great. I can't believe I didn't see that, but I really don't watch a lot of fictional TV or I think shows for the last 30 years. But that, and then he did a show called Who's the Boss, which again, never seen. But
you've never seen Who's the Boss?
Never seen it. Never
Actually, that was funny because I was at like the Lexus dealership or something getting my car worked on the other day, and it was on, and I had to Google what the show name was called. And I was like, I know it's about a baseball player with a daughter, Alyssa Milano. And I knew the lady was rich. And I knew eventually they fell in love, but I could not for the life of me remember that it was called Who's the Boss.
Yeah, no, so that was it. So then anyway, he's there every year. He bought my auction. Curtis Martin, old NFL legend, he bought my auction one year. Just really nice guys. The head of ABC Sports and gave us $10,000 for their auction. Over the years, I've raised a lot of money for the charity, and it's fun. The charity helps locals. It helps people that when the people go to the United Way and these big charities and they say no, because they have they have 5 different guys making $1 million a year. CEO makes $2 million a year, but they're saying no. Teddy's charity, he doesn't take a dollar.
What's the name of Teddy's charity?
DR, Dr. Atlas Foundation.com. DR Atlas Foundation, and it's in Staten Island every year. They do a turkey. They're doing a big turkey thing this week. Give away turkeys and whole dinners to families. But yeah, so it was a good time, and it was a nice trip. I got to go to some of my pizza joints. L&B Spumoni Gardens, my favorite Sicilian pizza in the world. I don't know if you check out these things sometime. I mean, just this is ridiculous. I mean, this isn't even real. Look at this. Look at this thing. Look at that. I mean,
ooh,
that's
was Sicilian more of like I really don't know. Like Detroit, I know like Detroit style, Connecticut style. Like I'm a wood fire pizza girl. What is that? It's a thick crust.
With the cheese is underneath, sauce on top. That's why. This place is the staple, the go-to place. I also went to a place, Brennan and Carr, famous place in Brooklyn, 1938. There's the boys there. They loved the owner was there. He watches me every week on Fox. He listens to me on Fox Sports Radio. They were. I walked in there. I walked in there cold. I didn't tell anyone I was coming. I just went in there. I didn't know they know me or anything. I couldn't believe they knew me in there. Brooklyn, man. New York is the sports betting capital of the United States. I mean, they did 4 times more volume, 4 times more than Vegas. Than Nevada last.
Well, I mean, think about how many people live there. 7 million people live there. It makes sense.
But there's really, I guess you're right. But like outside of New York City, it's all farmland. But the city's got a lot of people, and the city people just love to gamble, man. It's just, I know bookmakers that have been put out of business. This shocked me. This was actually in Pennsylvania, but same thing. Philly, Pennsylvania is legal. I couldn't believe. I know 2 different bookmakers that I thought were in business still. Both of them stopped taking action 5 years ago. I was like, what? They don't even know each other. They were like, these kids, everyone went to the FanDuels and DraftKings of the world. They don't. The only and now
I will say, here's one thing I will say, Crack, that is a good thing about that, except for if they take credit cards, that gets a little dicey.
Yeah.
But you know what? Betting on credit tends to be really bad for a lot of people, right?
Of course.
But when you're betting and you have to keep re-upping and depositing over and over and over again, that post-up account can really, I think, limit some of those guys from doing irreparable damage, if you will.
Yeah, and now you get years ago you used to call on the phone. I know back in New York when I was a kid, you used to call on the phone and say, "Give me 10 times every time is $5." But I love to know if anyone listening knows what that even is. So instead of saying you want $50 on a game, you say you want 10 times on a game. Every one time is $5. So it's not 50. Every one time is $5. So you say, "Give me the Giants for 10 times." Because then you hang up and say, well, if anyone's listening, they can't say, I bet 10 times. I didn't say money amount. So that's the way it was.
Which is where the term nickel and dimes came as well.
Yeah.
Like people, I mean, my buddy that's like old school goes by Magic. He still has an answering machine, and people leave him an answering machine, and it's on some weird house line number that always has been. And then on Mondays, he goes through and grades it all, and they figure it out like old school.
You're kidding me. People looking to stay out of jail. That guy's looking to break in.
Nah, I think that's probably the easiest way. There's no websites. There's no text messages. There's no emails, like no PayPal. I think that is still some of the craziest stuff that people are willing to send electronics.
People are paying their bookmaker via Venmo and PayPal.
I know.
That's
Crap. I know. I know.
I mean,
I know.
Wow. I got to be blunt. I don't deal with any local guys anymore. I used to, though. I dealt with local guys for years. How do you think I made money for years? But, we have sports books that are legal here in Nevada. I'm happy with getting down when I can get on props and stuff.
I would think Nevada and probably maybe only a handful of other states could you actually live in. Like you could never live in Florida like me. We only have Hard Rock. You need to be able to have multiple outs at different places. And having only one legal book makes that difficult, especially if you're looking to go over the counter or have multiple apps with significant amounts of deposits.
I'm coming down there. I'm pretty lucky on these bets. I made 3 bets at Hard Rock and futures. All 3 won. I announced them on many shows. I gave these out for free to people. Red Sox to make the playoffs win, Minnesota Twins not to make the playoffs, and Florida State under 7.5 wins, which I thought was dead. They started out 3-0.
Well, after they beat Alabama, I bet you were like, shit, this is a really good football team.
But unbelievable. They lost like 4 in a row, or 4 out of 5. So
they still have the Ireland Dublin curse that my Kansas State Wildcats have this year.
Yes. So as soon as the season's over in 2 weeks, I'm going to be down there at some point before they expire. I want to get them in. But so what was I talking about? Local guy. We can talk about anything. It's amazing. People don't realize too. This show's unscripted. Kel, I had
I just turned on the camera and hit
what we were
play.
talking about, where we were going. I knew nothing at all what we were talking about. So,
Well, I wasn't planning on asking about Allen Boston. I was planning on asking about action, and now we're talking about the ever evolving.
My Atlantic City trip. Which, by the way, Atlantic City is such a sewer. I said it. For some reason I haven't been there in a year. I could have swore I seen they were going to fix the streets and fix the crime. It is, and you know what? I blame the casinos. That's right. I blame the casinos for not putting more money into the town.
Well, do they really care? They don't want you out on the town. They want you in the casino. I mean, when I was there 3 years ago almost, I was there the week before Super Bowl. I did not leave my hotel as of direction of my employer. Like, don't leave your hotel. I'm like, what? And they're like, you can't go walking down up the streets by yourself.
You can't go on the boardwalk. In the summertime, you could. There's a lot of people there, so you have some protection. But, I shouldn't say you can't go on the boardwalk. You can't go out to the other side.
Okay, I should not go on the boardwalk at night alone.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty common sense.
Listen, the boardwalk in the summer is great. It brings back so many memories of. I love old school things. I mean, look all the people that were there: Frank Sinatra, Abbott and Costello, Dean and Jerry. All these people were there at the 500 Club. But we're in 2026 here almost. That's not the way it is now. Streets are a mess. The casinos really don't. I shouldn't say that because we've had so many mayors in jail in Atlantic City. Mayors get fired in jail. The town is just corrupt. It's a corrupt town. And you could just go down Atlantic Avenue, 1 block up from the casino. you would think you were in a war-torn country. That's right. It's that bad at nighttime there, and it's bad. It's bad. But Atlantic City's fun to stay in the casinos, and yes, there is some opportunity there. Have some fun, enjoy yourself. Just keep your head on a swivel. And Atlantic City has not changed at all. Yet they made record money in October. So they broke and shattered all their records. So nothing is going to change. Nothing.
That is the most shocking thing you've ever said on the show. I would have guessed they are barely scraping by. They made record money. Wow.
Record money, made 200 and some million in the casinos, 240 million in the casinos. I think there's only 9 casinos, 240 million profit.
Wow.
Online, 411 million online. Unbelievable. Everyone's house.
Nothing should shock me anymore. Nothing should shock me anymore. Crack, I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving. I appreciate you hanging out with me here every single Monday on KIV. And Crack, let everybody know what you got going on over at WagerTalk.com before we get you out of here.
First of all, it's Thanksgiving. I understand. You have games Thursday, Friday, and you're going to be firing on everything because they're on TV. Please be in control. It's very, very tough to be in control. I understand. You don't have to do that. Let me give you the number one thing I can ever say on any show ever. I don't have my parents here anymore. I had old school parents. I had an old school father, very overprotective. My mom, Italian from the Bronx, she had giant holidays were big to her. Giant. She had to have everything perfect for Thanksgiving, everything perfect for Christmas. My father wasn't allowed to touch the tree. Forget it. She would get screamed at. So I just want to tell you, this holiday season, just make sure when you're Thursday, you're with your family. Don't have the football games on in the background when you're eating a bird at the table with the family. Don't do that. You don't have to do that. You just have to maybe put
guilty as charged.
Maybe put the game on in the background with no sound and put some holiday music on and cherish that moment with your family, with your mom and your dad, your brothers and sisters and good friends, and toast them because you won't have them forever. I thought things weren't changing, Cal. I thought things were going to be the same forever. I don't like change. I don't even want to celebrate holidays anymore without my mom being here. So she was the glue that held the family together. She was the glue that brought everyone together. So, and you know, I don't have any kids by choice. I can't afford kids. I always like saying that. But, you know, kids today, though, now I'm so happy I don't have kids. You know, I knew I didn't want kids, but now what's going on in the world, I'm so glad my kids don't have to go through anything. But anyway, yeah, so please just make sure you know that is the most important message I give is make sure you're with your family and make sure you give your dad and mom an extra hugging because they're not going to be there forever. And make sure you find out and learn things from them too. Someone told me before my mom died, ask your mom questions. And that was the best thing ever. I learned more things about my mom that last year. I never knew. I just asked questions, where she grew up, how she did, when she lived in, and she just told me so many things. So ask your mom and dad questions. Ask about your heritage. Ask about your history. Now, over to the sports.
Crack, you're making me get all emotional. I did not expect you to say that. That is, I think, absolutely wonderful advice.
Listen, my mom told me, you know, your dad was the only person I was ever with. I was never with another man, but he was a gigolo. My mom was a tough Italian. My mom was a tough Italian. She goes, he had a motorcycle and had his hair. He looked like Elvis. My dad was
and dad was Hungarian, is that right?
Yeah, and Hungarian and even Irish. We have Irish.
Okay.
Irish blood there, but yeah, he was from actually a farm. Literally, he grew up in the farm on West Virginia and Ohio, both areas he lived, and he was stationed in the Navy in New Jersey and met my mom, and that's how they met. But I learned things from my mom.
Okay.
I never knew my mom was so poor. She told me at the end, you know, how poor she was as a kid growing up and how it was so bad in her house and her father. Her father was no good. And her mom died when she was 10. So she had 4 kids. She was the oldest. 10, 6, 4, 2. She was the oldest. And the father was no good. All the kids went to live with other relatives. It was really bad. I never knew a lot of things. I was so glad that my friend in Pennsylvania said, ask your mother questions about her old life. I don't mean to get off. I know we're KIV and Crack here. We usually don't talk things like this, but it just came out. Thanksgiving, holidays were real big to her, and holidays are real big. You don't have to, going back to the sports betting side, though, you don't have to bet everything. You really don't. It's crazy. All games are on. You're firing on sides. And listen, we'll have a lot of prop bets up. We're going to have a lot of things like that going on this week. I just seen that Dallas was a major line move plus 3.5 versus Kansas City. And that is still available. I'm looking at MGM plus 3.5 minus 15 still. It does look like a little strange line. Kansas City, boy, they are done. They are like finished. So how are they going to even get their playoffs 5-6? And Dallas, just miracle win, by the way. Everything had to go right. Down 21-0, coming back versus the Eagles. But they almost won the first Eagle games. The CeeDee Lamb doesn't drop the pass. They win the first game. So anyway, have some fun this week. Be conscious of that bankroll management. I have a lot of things up on props, NBA props, NFL props. We're killing it, by the way. I didn't get to talk about that at all. Having a great season, NBA, NFL props. You want to bet more on that percentage-wise than you do on a side or a total. We know that. College basketball's rolling along, having a winning season. And all right, I've said enough.
I love it, Crack. You are the best. Even if you do get me a little choked up, now I'm going to leave the TV on mute and ask some of those really important questions on Thanksgiving. Look at that. Look at Crack's got the heart. I love it.
Never did it before.
He's just a big old softy. You guys wonder why I love Crack. Don't let him fool you. Great guy. Make sure you guys are giving him a follow at Bill Crackman on social media, as well as WagerTalk.com, wt.buzz/Crackman. Crack, I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving. We'll see you on Monday.
Thanks. See you.
Welcome into another episode of Profit Picks. If you are being transparent, and yesterday I had one play and it was pretty terrible. It was the Pacers +6. It didn't come close. So need to do better than that here today. I am back home, so maybe I can get some of that Vegas luck back. Vino, hopefully yesterday was better for you. How you doing today?
I'm good, Ski. Yesterday, NBA was good for me because I only had one play, and it was the Bucks team total over. We left that here as the best bet for the show. It was pretty easy wire to wire for them to get to where they wanted to get to, but typical Doc Rivers fashion, he lost that game in the last 3 minutes. So Milwaukee not good as a side, but definitely good as a team total. We'll take it. We're already in the books with a win this morning in college basketball. Early bird riser. Got ourselves another win. So maybe getting back home is the key, Ski. Travel's rough.
Yeah, travel is rough, but let's get to it. We got 6 games in association to talk about here today. I did play a couple of them. One of them, I rarely do it. I bought out, but we'll actually talk about that game first. That is Wizards and Sixers. Open 13.5. Still looks like 13.5. Total open 236.5, and that's down as low as 234.5. Injury report for Philly, you have Drummond questionable, Paul George questionable, Grimes questionable, no Embiid, Oubre, or Watford. For Washington, Keyshawn George questionable. You have no Middleton, Sarr, Kispert, Johnson, or Cooper. So initially, I know the Wizards are on a back-to-back, but I was still liking them. The Sixers, they did just play that double overtime game, and I was surprised to see Drummond even get any minutes in that game. You know, he just had an MRI the day before, and usually when guys have MRIs, you know, it's a bigger injury than just getting right back out there the next game. He only played 5 minutes, so I do think he is really banged up. But I think that Philly just needs some, they need some size. That's why also Embiid played last game, but no Embiid this game. Drummond questionable. I don't know how effective he's going to be out there. At the same time, I was expecting some of these guys to play for the Wizards. I wasn't expecting everybody to be out. Sarr, Middleton, Trey Johnson, not Keyshawn George questionable. It's starting to become too much. So I did bet the Wizards yesterday. I've now bought out. Like I said, I rarely do it, but it's too tough for me now with the injury report. What do you think here, Vino?
Yeah, and on the other side too, Ski, because when Quentin Grimes got downgraded for Philly from probable to questionable, that hurts them as well. I know what they want to do. You mentioned they're small, and just being here in the area and seeing them almost every night, they want to pace things up. And of course, when you have Washington in on a back-to-back, a little bit shorthanded because of their injury report, you want to go. But the team total here is 124.5 where Philly's concerned. And I can't get there, not without, I would need Grimes in there. I know McCain is capable, but I don't know that they have enough. Tyrese Maxey had to get 54 the other night for them. He does an awful lot. I couldn't find an edge either way in this game. I really don't want to lay that price with the 76ers. I don't want to play the total up and over because I don't trust Washington's side as much here now. Maybe Washington team total under if I try to rethink this and reposition myself. But I have no play, and I don't see any reason to try and force one there.
All right, we'll keep going. Next game up, we have Blazers and Raptors. Opened up 5, still looks like 5. Total, though, has come down from 234, seeing it as low as 230. And when I look at the injury report, RJ Barrett is out. For the Blazers, Klingon is still questionable. No Scoot, Drew, Tybalt, or Wesley for them. But, this is another one that I like quite a bit. I agree with the market for the total coming down. I didn't get the best of the number at 234, but I got 232.5. And, a lot of these games for the Raptors, I've talked about how good their defense has been. And I've been playing their opponent's team total unders, which has been pretty good this year. And I thought about that again here versus Blazers team. And I thought, why not include the Raptors side? Because ever since RJ got hurt, they just been struggling to score. And when I think about RJ, he's more of an offensive player than defense. The defense improves actually with him out, in my opinion. So I think that's why we're seeing this Raptors offense struggle lately. They've gone under in 5 straight. I think this is another under game here, Robino. How do you see it?
Well, we see it exactly the same, except you beat me to the punch by a little bit because I got 232 under. The Toronto team total ski is 5-0 to the under last 5 games. Full game, 5-0 to the under. Toronto team total, 5-0 to the under. And you're right, they haven't been able to score at all as of late. It would have been even better, I think, if Drew Holiday was going to play in this game as far as Portland defense against them, and then I could have gotten to Toronto team total maybe individually. But I still think that, this is the first game for Portland of a road trip. Generally, you have the most energy in the first game of the road trip. Even without Drew Holiday, they could be worth a look as the underdog in this game simply because Toronto hasn't scored enough to create separation as of late. But I chose the high road here, which was play under. Like I said, I got 232. I'm looking at it right now. It's down to 230.5. Maybe you already said that, but it has been bet down pretty solidly. And I agree with it, Ski, until Toronto comes out of this offensive rut. And as you mentioned, they're playing really, really good defense. You put those two together. We like to go to math school around here, logic school. 2 + 2 equals put me on the under. So I think there's still maybe even some wiggle room left at 230.5. Maybe you could still stay under this number.
I think there is still wiggle room, honestly. I mean, you look at the Raptors games lately, I don't think any of them hit 229. I mean, 228.5 even. I think there's a little bit of wiggle room still. My bad. A lot of people in the chat like in the Raptors first half. I can understand wanting to get in and get out. It's just I struggle. I mean, this offense has just been so bad. So I don't want to bet the side. Next game, Knicks and Celtics opened up -1 for the Knicks. It depends where you shop, but most shops have the Celtics as -1 right now. Total did go up from 228 as high as 231.5. Everybody is healthy for Celtics. We know Tatum's been out. For the Knicks, OG is out. Shaman is out. The Knicks have won 4 in a row. This is the first of a back-to-back for them. They will play the Hornets tomorrow. For the Celtics team, it is their 3rd game in 4 nights. They did lose to the Knicks a little earlier in the season, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe a chance for them to get some revenge here. I don't know, this was not one I had one of the stronger opinions on. So I'm going to pass this one to you first. Is there anything you have on Knicks and Celtics?
Well, I was thinking of taking a little bit of a chance here on the Boston Celtics team total over 115.5 because they look better since they're fully healthy. In fact, their team total, the opposite of Toronto's they're 4-1 over their number last 5 games with everybody being back on the floor for the most part. But the Knicks counter that, Ski, by playing unders the last 4 games. Now, I tried to justify it a little bit by saying, you know what, the Knicks didn't play good offenses in those games or even good teams. They played Brooklyn, they played Charlotte, they played Milwaukee, which is a good offense, and they played Toronto. But still, those games fell under the total all 4 times. Knicks team total under 3 of the 4. I still might, my feeling here, my gut feeling is that Boston's offense is clicking right now, and I'd rather play that side. I could see it getting into a little bit more of a high-scoring game because I don't know if Boston can defend the Knicks thoroughly, but I don't know. I'd rather ride the hot hand here. If I'm going to play, it's going to be Boston team total up and over 115.5. The game you talked about earlier this year, 105-95 Knicks, 10-point win and under. But again, Boston has been a little sporadic up until now. And Pritchard had 42 the other day, I think, right? I remember I was harping on Peyton Pritchard a little bit from bench to starter, not as good, but he seems to be turning a bit of a corner here also. So maybe Boston team total looks kind of appealing to me. I don't know that I buy into the Knicks holding their opponents down score-wise last 4 games, simply based on the majority of their opponents.
Well, looking at the Celtics home game so far this season, they are the number 1 offensive rated team, whatever that's worth. So maybe looking at some points for that side. We'll keep going down the list. Next game, we have Minnesota and New Orleans. Opened up -9.5, now -12 or even 12.5 for those Timberwolves. Total hasn't really moved too much. I don't see anybody on the injury report for Minnesota. For New Orleans, though, you see questionable, Zion questionable, Herb Jones, Makovich, Murray, and Poole are all out for the Pelicans. It'll be the 3rd game in 4 nights for both of these teams. Just to put it simply, Timberwolves are a team I view as, at least so far, they struggle with the better teams. They demolish the weaker teams. Pelicans, one of those weaker teams. I mean, they are on the road, though. It's a big number to lay on the road, but as of right now, I agree with the market. Anything for you on Wolves and Pelicans?
And I think the market moved, based on the Zion news. Once he got downgraded, there went the number straight up. I'm a little bit hesitant. I've been on Minnesota's side a couple of times this year and gotten burned, especially on the road laying points. However, New Orleans, for what it's worth, just can't play any defense, skiing. Minnesota, again, it's a game where I looked at a team total just thinking, why not only fade the Pelicans defense and go ahead and play the Timberwolves offense? I'm not so sure. They've left me hanging at the door a couple of times. So it was a game I really couldn't get to. No play yet. I think if I had to, I would try to find some way to play that Minnesota individual total, kind of just playing against New Orleans defense, because New Orleans defense, that's the one constant. That thing never gets better. It kind of like the way I played Milwaukee against Washington last night, just score points because they can't defend. Minnesota may be the same thing here. And again, to your point, they're healthy. Minnesota's dealt with a lot of injuries this season on and off. Being fully healthy could help here. I'd like to say that standings matter and Minnesota needs to get some wins, but I think we know better. The standings don't really matter until after All-Star break for these teams.
Yeah, I hear you on that. This one is tough. So I'm gonna move along. I think these next 2 games are better than this one. So we will go. Let's go to Memphis. See if I can get that up there. Memphis and San Antonio. There we go. Opened up 5, still 5 or 5.5. Total didn't really move either, or at least it's still right around the opener is what I'm saying there. As far as the injury report, Landale questionable. Still no Clark, Jerome, Morant, Pippen, or Small. For the Spurs, Wemby, Castle, McLaughlin remain out. Ingram is questionable. I like the way the Grizzlies have been playing lately. I do. But the Spurs, they've been playing solid too without Wemby. Spurs have already beaten this Grizzlies team. I have trouble laying with this Spurs team without Wemby. I mean, looking at their wins lately, they have won a couple games by margin. It's tough for me to push that button. If I don't have Wemby out there, even with Wemby, I don't like laying multiple possessions with the Spurs. So that automatically makes me want to lean towards the Grizzlies here. Grizzlies definitely have been the better defense lately. Grizzlies have been the better rebounding team. Why don't we bet the Grizzlies in this game then, Ravino?
Yeah, once upon a time, about 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, when these point guard injuries hit Memphis, I thought it was going to be a real problem, but it hasn't. It looks like they've learned how to play around it, because you're right, 5-1 against the spread. Last 6 games, Vince Williams playing a pretty good brand of point. Memphis still a little bit lacking on the defensive side, but good on the offensive side. My first inclination here was to play over in this game, but San Antonio, it is their first home game off a 4-game road trip. And generally we don't like to be on the home team in those situations. So maybe a vote for the underdog in that particular situation. for Memphis, fourth road, right? The end of a road trip here, fourth road game and a 4-game road trip. So I guess those counteract one another. I could see points in this game, Ski. To your point about Wembanyama, they've also learned to play because it's been Stephen Castle and Wembanyama both out, and they've learned how to get around that. Since De'Aaron Fox came back, I think they're a little bit quicker of a team. I trust them to score on Memphis. I kind of trust Memphis to score back. So I might get there with a total play here, but I didn't play it. It was a little too difficult for me to really establish something sidewise, and maybe total. That's a gut feeling more than statistical or fundamental reasoning play.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, even player props here. Edie, I feel like Edie's been playing solid lately. Going up against Cornette, I want to do something for Edie, or I'm at least look into betting Edie. That's what I'll say there. And then we can move over to the last game on the slate. That is Thunder and Warriors. And this one opened 8.5 for OKC. It's up as high as 12. Total open 226.5, and it's come down. I'm seeing as low as 222.5 right now. Caruso out, Dort out, Hardenstein out. For the Warriors, Draymond is probable. Jimmy's questionable. TJD is questionable. Steph, Horford, Milton, Tuhey, all out for this Warriors team. Man, Vino. So I understand. Steph is we knew Steph was out already. But I guess maybe is Jimmy questionable, but Caruso out, Dort out, Hardenstein out. It's a lot of defense missing for that Thunder team. If they were playing anybody else except for this Golden State team minus Steph Curry, I would be trying to look towards betting it over. That Golden State offense has just been pitiful without Steph so far this season. So saying all that, I'll just ride with the one thing that's not really matchup based is just, how do you call it? Maybe is it emotion based or whatever? I like Draymond under. Draymond under points and assists, 14.5. And it's just based on, we know he don't like to play when Steph's not on the court. He's either he might not even get to play tonight at all. We just get our money back. He might go out there and get a couple flagrants and get thrown out, or he might just end up with 2 points like he did the last game. We've seen this too many times. I think he's only hit this number 4 out of the last 15 or so games without Steph Curry. So Draymond under points and assists. What do you think about Thunder and Warriors, Ravino?
I actually played this game. I played the OKC team total over 117.5. The guys that you mentioned, Caruso, Dort, Hartenstein, all defense, but not a lot of offense missing, Ski. The key here for me is that their offensive pieces are still in there. The backcourt exists with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren and up in the middle. And all the scorers seem to remain here. We're missing some, bench type scores, 8 to 11 a game. But I don't think that matters here against the Golden State defensive unit that's going to confront them tonight. So for me, I think it was the simplest form of getting to over, because I started the way you started your analysis here, thinking that I would play this game over. But the Golden State injury list, when I looked at who's going to be on the floor, thought to myself, you know what? The Golden State's not missing a lot of points. They're missing a lot of defense. I wish I could get there thinking that Golden State, what's going to be on the floor, could score against OKC without those 3 defenders. You know what I mean? But don't have enough faith. So I'm put my eggs in one basket here, the OKC basket. They've scored over 118 4 of their last 5 games. Somehow, some way, they seem to get there all the time. They don't cover all the time because they're laying such huge numbers, but seemingly they always get to and around the 120 mark. So for me, OKC over 117.5 team total.
And I can see it. Only thing I would say is if the Warriors are going to cover this game, I'm not saying they are. It has to be with them playing defense, I guess. But I'm not on the Warriors, so. All right, that's the NBA slate for today. We can move it on over to, or before we move to best bets, let's do some of that promo stuff. It is also $5 Tuesday. I have a best bet up and available. Robino has a best bet up and available. You can get them for $5. Yeah, and just see if you like what the write-up says, see if you like whatever we're talking about, see if we win, and then maybe you want to rock with some other stuff we have going. Outside of that, this continues to be a thing. Weekend Warrior. If you want to get every football play, from Rob or myself, Saturday, Sunday included, it's going to be $49. That includes any 5% releases and Monday Night Football. We have the full court all access pass, 3 days of NBA and college basketball, only $49. And then the long term, $500 off a 1 year pass comes out to just $125 a month. And if you were to get a year pass for Robino, you'd also get a 25% bonus coupon that you could use on anything for myself or whatever you want to use it on. So I think that is a pretty good job right there. We can move it on over to best bets. And if there is anything else you want to mention or promote, feel free. If you have a best bet for the show, we'd love to hear it.
I think promotions are all covered, Ski. Plenty of stuff available there at WagerTalk.com, including, like Ski said, the $5 Tuesday play. There's also, for those interested in college football, a college football bowl special up right now. It could even be bowl plus Super Bowl special. I don't have the exact details in front of me, but I know it's available. So go ahead and check it out, WagerTalk.com. I'll just start where we left off. It was the first bet I made today. It's the biggest bet I made today. OKC team total over 117.5. I basically laid out why I played it. It's a team that just finds their way to that number on a nightly basis, Ski. We'll see if they can do it again. I hope they can, but that's my play, best bet play for today. Oklahoma City team total up and over 117.5.
I like it. For myself, I'll go with that Draymond under. Like I said, I bet under 14.5 points plus assists. Believe he stayed under that. I think it was 5 out of 17 games. It was without Steph Curry. And we know, I don't have to explain too much. He does not want to be out there on the court when Steph is not playing. So, and he doesn't have a lot of success. A lot of his success is tied to Steph. So that'll be my best bet for the show. Vino, appreciate you taking the time to break these games down with me. We'll be back doing it again tomorrow. Everybody out there in the chat, we appreciate you as well. We're all just trying to help each other get to the window. And like I said, we'll be back tomorrow. Best of luck, everybody, on all your action tonight. And we'll catch you guys.